Powerlifting is a sport composed by three main disciplines called lifts. They are in order: squat, the bench press, and the deadlift. Each athlete has 3 attempts with 1 minute per attempt
to start the lift.
There are 3 referees, and each of them give a white light in case of a good lift and a red light in case of a no lift.
The athletes are separated per weight, age and sex category. The sum of each of the best attempts per lift builds the total, and the athlete with the bigger total is the winner. In case of a draw, the lighter lifter wins.
The squat is the first movement of the competition. On that lift, the use of the legs and the back is extremely important. Once the athlete stands erect with his knees locked and the bar on his back, the central referee gives the squat command. The lifter then bends his knees and lowers his body until the top surface of the legs at the hip joint are lower than the top surface of his knees. He then comes back up, locking his knees and hips in order to complete the lift. The central referee will then give the rack command, and the athlete has to put the bar on the squat rack. There are 3 main mistakes to avoid in order to not have a no lift on the squat. First, if the athlete isn't standing erect with his knees locked at the beginning and at the end of the squat event. Second, if the proper competition depth isn't reached at the bottom of the movement. Third, if the athlete doesn't complete the lift with a single upward movement, meaning if the bar goes down during the ascent of the movement.
Hello and welcome to day 3 of the 2023 IPF World Classic and Equipped Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships. This afternoon for you we have the Sub-Junior and Junior 76, 84 and 84 plus kilo women. I am Amelia Potter, joined here today by Hendrik Becker.
Hello, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for joining me. It is an absolute pleasure to have you here. This will consist of 2 flights of women. The first will be a flight of 12, and it will be the Sub-Junior 76, 84 and 84 plus, followed by the 76, 84, 84 plus juniors in the second flight. And you can see the running order here on screen as we prepare for our first lifter. First up we have Justyna Pietrzykowska of Poland, opening on 110 kilos.
Yeah, she's starting in the minus 84 kilogram class. It's nominated on 3rd place here.
So she's opting to wear knee wraps but a normal singlet. So usually you'd see an equipped lifter in a squat suit. Lovely looking opener there for Justyna. And it's a good lift.
Yeah, that looked really easy. Very good start for her.
We have now Nika Marie of South Africa, opening on 130 kilos. She's only been competing for 1 year and is 17 years old. She's already opening 10 kilos above her current squat PB.
And she's definitely wearing a squat suit.
Yeah, that's a great point. You can see here the difference. This is a squat suit and she has the knee wraps on, so all of the equipped gear.
That looked pretty good.
Yeah, that's a lovely opener, nice and deep, and it's a good lift. Now her coach was at the side there, you might be able to see them in the camera, and they were telling her to go down, 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 and when she hit depth they said, yep, stand up now, just so she knew when to stand up and when it was deep enough. We now have Virginia Mirza of Romania opening on 142.5 kilos, representing the home nation we are in today, Cluj-Napoca, Romania.
She's also in the 84 kilo class. She was third at the World Championships 2022 in Turkey.
Ooh, unfortunately, just not deep enough. She gets 3 red calls from both sides and the center referee. Let's have a look at that again in the replay. What do you think, Hendrik?
Yeah, from the replay, I think there's no chance that it was deep enough, unfortunately.
But she still has her second attempt to retry that. The strength is clearly there.
It must be hard, like for the home crowd in your home country, like probably just a little bit of nerves.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully now she knows what the feel of the platform is like and can fix that up. We have Shaikh Shabina of India opening on 160 kilos. And that is a good lift.
Her personal best is 172.5 from this year. So if she goes 3 for 3, then she can probably match that or increase it actually.
Now have Vanessa Shavira of the United States opening on 162.5 kilos.
Her personal bests are 177.5, so should be quite easy for her.
Yeah, and it did look good for her. A good lift.
And now for our favorite name.
We have coming out now Rida Lorina Viziota of Lithuania, opening on 165 kilos. At the age of 16, she has already been competing for 5 years.
And she is nominated second in the 84 kilogram class, behind Mackenzie Wells from the USA. So let's see if she can maybe attack her. 165 kilograms.
Yeah, there's only 10 kilos between her and Mackenzie Wells on projected total, so it'll be a close race throughout.
And she's, she's the reigning European champion from this year in the sub-juniors.
Amazing. So we know that she's a excellent and well-trained lifter. Is a good lift. Looked a little bit tricky on the way up, but she fights through that really well.
Yeah, maybe she lost a little bit of tension, but like for this weight, it wasn't a problem for her.
We now have Ivana Holine of Ukraine, 165 kilos.
She is nominated first in the 76 kilo class. I actually think we can expect a tight race in nearly all the weight classes that we are covering in this session, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that was a really nice opener.
Was a really nice opener, yes.
And 2-1, a good lift. Just a depth call from the left-hand side referee, which is the side we'll be able to catch in the replay here. But looked good to me, I think.
I think so too.
Just a split-second decision for the referees. Obviously, they only get to see it once. We get to see it twice. We have now Michaela Forsyth of the United States opening on 167.5 kilos.
That looked really easy.
Yeah, the strength is 100% there, and 2-to-1, a good lift. Just a depth call from that center referee, and it is really hard to tell from the front, especially for the heavier weight classes.
Definitely.
But it does look better from the side, and that's where she got the white lights from. We now have Mackenzie Wells, who is projected first in the 84 kilo sub-junior class from the United States, age 16 years old, and opening on 172.5 kilos.
And being carried to the platform right now, that is one of the more unusual circumstances here, like the way from the warm-up area to the platform is really long, and for equipped lifters this is quite a challenge actually.
Yeah, absolutely. So you do see that a little more commonly in the equipped.
At least we don't have stairs here, that's a plus. I've seen this before in Germany.
Gets the squat command with 8 seconds left.
It looked borderline to me, and unfortunately the referees agreed.
Yeah, 2-to-1, a no lift, exactly for that. She gets called for depth, and I think she did just call it a little short.
So now we have our youngest lifter of the group.
Yeah, wow, 2009 is her birth year, which doesn't that just make me feel old?
That's amazing. That's like 13 or 14 years old. Like,
Yeah, been competing 1 year. Shengxi Su of Chinese Taipei is 14 years old and opening on 195 kilos for her squats. This is an absolutely massive opener.
she squatted 200 before.
Nice and controlled,
Oh,
and
wow.
dips into the hole, stands it up. Really nice form. 2-to-1, a good lift. Just a depth call on the left-hand side, and hopefully we can catch that in the replay. But as I said before, in the heavier weight classes, sometimes it's a little harder to tell with depth. But it looked good to me. Just on the line, I think it was. We now have Dage Love of the United States opening on 205 kilos. Still has another year in the sub-juniors before aging out. And squatting high bar there.
Yeah, really high bar. Wanted to say it for the lifter before, but this is real high bar.
Wow. That is so incredibly fast. What a strong opener from Dage Love, and I cannot wait to see where she goes from here.
The last two squats were gorgeous. Like, they looked really, really cool.
Yeah, really good. And I can imagine that she'll make a good jump here to a second. What do you reckon?
At least 10 kilos, I would say.
Yeah, I think that's more than reasonable with that.
I think she could do more, but well,
We'll see.
we'll see.
Now we have our final opener. We have Sinwei Gu of Chinese Taipei in the 84 plus kilo category, opening on a huge 230 kilo squat. The world sub-junior record stands at 266 kilos. So we'll see
And
how this
that's
moves.
actually her record.
Yeah, so she is more than capable.
She is the world record holder. So this should move pretty easy. Spoke too soon, but it went up and it was good.
Yeah, 3-wise, a good lift. And I mean, she had 230 kilos on her back and she still moved it excellently well. I don't think she'll be touching her record today, but she was super controlled with it, and that is going to pay off when the weights get heavier.
It was really interesting. Like, the coach said, like, I don't know, down or something, and then she did this little jumped in the hole a little bit.
Yeah,
at exactly that moment.
You do see that they're very controlled until just above the hole. They dip in and they stand up, and it's a really nice technique that we see.
Now we have our Polish lifter, Justina, again, who
Yeah.
is squatting without a suit, but with knee wraps.
We move through to our second attempts now, and as you said, we have Justyna Pietrzakowska of Poland, 120 kilos, 10 kilo jump from her opener. Oh, unfortunately, it just pings off of her back there.
Amazing catch by the spotters.
Yeah, they did a really good job there, and it's a good thing that happened on the 120 kilos rather than the 230 kilos for them.
That's more scary, yes.
Let's have a look here. Yeah, her hips just kind of go backwards. She tips onto her heels, and the bar comes off of her back, but hopefully she can come back out on her third attempt and get that. She has one more chance at it. We now have Annika Marie of South Africa taking 137.5 kilos for her second attempt. There are 3 lifters in the 76 kilo sub-junior class, so she'll walk away with bronze regardless.
If she makes a total.
Wow.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, and with depth like that, there's no question.
No question at all.
3 white lights, a good lift for Annika.
So now we go to the local hero, Virginia Mirza, who unfortunately got caught on depth on the first round, and she is retaking this weight.
Yeah, as you said before, she needs to be able to get a squat up to be able to post a total and to compete overall. She can still continue to compete and get medals, but will not be able to post a total and compete overall. So retaking 142.5 kilos here is the sensible decision. And that looked a little better from here. Let's see if the referees agree.
They do. That's a relief.
Yeah, big
Very
relief for her. It is 2-1, so she does still get a depth call on this side that we're seeing here.
She seemed to be a little bit off balance in the squat, like she got pulled behind, but she managed to save it.
Yeah, she did a really good job of that. And she is safe for now. She has a squat on the board. We now have Rita Lorina Visiota of Lithuania jumping to 172.5 kilos. Rita has been competing since she was 11 years old. And with how calm and collected she is on the platform, you can tell she has experience under her belt.
A 7.5 kilo jump from her first.
Oh, she fights through that sticking point. And what a fantastic effort there on her second attempt, and a good lift.
How much would you jump after this?
Well, it did seem like a strength issue, but it did also roll a tiny bit on her back. I think I'd make maybe a safer choice there, going up the minimum of 2.5 kilos, and for her a maximum of 5. It depends what she has to work towards overall. We now have Mackenzie Wells of the United States, the favorite to win overall, but needs to be able to get a squat in. Retaking 172.5 kilos now. Just needs to find the depth. And she gets it up, but I am afraid that still was a little bit too high.
Yeah, me as well.
And my fears had good reason. Unfortunately, it is a no lift. Now, what would you do in the situation with that lifter?
Well, I mean, we know that sometimes in equipped lifting, like the problem of getting deep is you don't have enough weight on your bar.
Yeah.
So, but to make this call and say we go up, I think maybe that would be the better call.
Yeah, it's a big risk, and you never really see that in Classic, but we've seen it a couple times work for the lifters here, where they need a little bit more weight to find that. So we'll see what she does. We have Vanessa Chavira of the United States now, 172.5 kilos. And lost tension a tiny bit in the hole, but did a great job to stand it up. 2-1, a good lift. That's a depth call here on this left-hand side.
Yeah, we can look on the other side, like the...
Ooh, unfortunately the jury has overruled that last lift to a no lift.
Yeah, from the replay I would have overruled it as well, but I think the hip on our side looked a little bit better, but it was really borderline.
Yeah, but she has the strength for it, so hopefully can come back and just sink it a little bit more for her third and get those extra kilos. We now have Shaikh Shabina of India jumping 15 kilos to 175 for her second attempt.
That's a big jump in that range, but that looked absolutely clean, I think.
And the depth looked good. 3 white lights, a good lift. And actually I think that 15 kilos worked really well for her.
Yeah, maybe another 5 or 7.5 in the third, and then you're good to go. I think 7.5 could work.
Yeah. I'd maybe go 5 kilos there to be safe, but
she's in a good position now. Like, she's currently leading because Mackenzie is struggling. Of course, maybe to medal. Well, we will see. It's very early in the competition still.
absolutely anything can happen, and it will all unfold as the day goes on. We now have Ivana Holne, of Ukraine, 177.5 kilos for her second attempt. A 12.5 kilo jump.
She is projected first in the 76.
And that is looking really tidy there for Ivana.
That was a good squat, I think. Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, 3 white lights, and we'll catch that again in the replay, but maintains position so well all the way through. Wow.
Yeah, that was perfect technique. Like, this was really good.
Take note at home. That is how you do it.
She's also 2007, so she has 2 more years in the sub-juniors.
Yeah, incredible strength here in the sub-junior ladies. We have Michaela Forsyth of the United States now, jumping to 182.5 kilos from her opener. Wow, it moved really nicely. 2-1, a good lift. Just a depth call from that center referee, and that's the angle we got on the camera as well.
Like, this was so fast, and obviously it's a higher weight class. Like, I just thought if I was the referee, I would have really hard time judging this. But I think it was good, actually, from the replay.
Yeah, she did a really good job there, and like you said, it was so quick and so
really
strong
quick,
that it's so hard to tell in the moment. We have Cheng Si Su of Chinese Taipei now, 210 kilos for her second attempt.
14 years old.
This is absolutely insane.
And I remember her squat looked flawless, the first one.
So let's see where she ends up now. This is a 15 kilo jump from that first squat.
She doesn't get the command. I think the knees are not locked out from my perspective.
She still has 23 seconds to get that start command. She doesn't need to complete the lift in that time, just get that start command from the center referee. Can she get it?
That looks better.
She gets it just in time, 10 seconds to go. Ooh, unfortunately, couldn't just get through that sticking point, and it looked really tidy up until there, and it fell off really quickly.
You often see this with high bar squats, that like the strength is just like it's fast and then it isn't. But obviously with like standing there for like 30 seconds with the weight on the back, that might also have been a factor. So I think she can do this in this third. I believe in her.
Yeah, I think it's something that she could work through potentially, but like you said, she had 200 plus kilos in her back for a while before she needed to squat it. Speaking of 200 plus kilos, we have Dage Love of the United States taking a 15 kilo jump to 220 for her second attempt.
Dage is projected second in the 84 plus class currently. She's also a high bar squatter.
Wow, so speedy.
Super strong.
And 221, a good lift. Again, just from the center referee, the depth call, but it was so fast, it's so hard to catch. So we'll see again in the replay.
Yeah, her knees came forward a lot, so that might have
Yeah,
caused a little bit less depth, but I think the jury is keeping silence, so it was all good.
yeah, and it looked so strong. So I'm so excited to see where she goes for her third. And now we have our final second attempt, and boy is it big. We have Xin Wei Gu of Chinese Taipei. May I remind you that the sub-junior world record is 266 kilos, and she has jumped 20 kilos to 250 on her second attempt. What do you think of that?
I think like the first one looked really scary, the 230, so it's a 20 kilo jump, so maybe they adjusted the suit or the reps a little bit, or it's just like how she squats. I'm really excited for this one.
Ooh,
Wow.
yeah, as you said, the first one did look a little questionable, so maybe they've adjusted some things, maybe they can still adjust some, but for now that is a no lift, and I imagine it's probably something she'll retake rather than go up from.
I think so.
It's important as a coach and as a lifter to take what is there on the day rather than the planned jumps that you had before
Yeah.
going in.
Definitely, and that's a real challenge, because like especially for international lift, like you plan this out for weeks and months
Yeah,
in advance, and it's hard to get away from the numbers. But well,
Absolutely.
maybe she can recover. We hope so, certainly.
We move now on to the third and final attempts for this first flight of women. Kicking us off, we have Justyna Pietrzykowska of Poland, retaking 120 kilos. Missed it on her second, hoping to come back and get those extra 10 kilos here on her third.
Well, she lost the second one, but this one, all good. 3 white lights. I think she had a little bit more in her, but yeah, with the mistake on the second squat, well, to get 2 in, that's mostly okay.
Yeah, better to get that extra 10 kilos than risk maybe 15 and losing it. We now have Annika Marie of South Africa taking 145 kilos for her third and final attempt of squats. Already walking away with the bronze medal in the 76s for squats.
I think she's the tallest lifter in the flight. She's really tall. But 2 for 2 so far. Yeah, picture perfect. I don't think there's anything you could say.
Yeah, 3 white lights, a good lift. And I think also a perfectly cool number there from herself and her coaches.
Maybe even a little bit more as planned, because they jumped 7.5 kilos 2 times in a row. So maybe that's just a very good day, but I don't know. We will see.
We now have Virginia Mirza of Romania. Missed 142.5 on her opener, retook it for her second and got it, and has now jumped to another 10 kilos to 152.5 on her third. Currently sitting in the bronze position for squat in the 84 kilo class. And she stands it up, but I'm a little bit worried she cut depth for the sake of the extra kilos there.
It will be close. It was close.
Yeah, 2-1, a no lift, unfortunately. Let's have a look from the side angle, which is usually better to tell. But yeah, I think she was just above parallel.
And you can see like her hips are like a little bit inverted. That's I don't have the English word, sorry.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, she wasn't quite even there, and that definitely would have played into it.
Important lift coming up.
Yeah, as you alluded to there, we have Mackenzie Wells from the United States, and she is a real contender for gold overall, but she has not yet been able to make a squat. Missed 172.5 on her opener, again on her second, cannot find the depth, and now is retaking it on her third. She needs this to continue to compete in the competition and to put up a total. If she gets this, she will be thrown back into the competition in second place overall.
She's squatting so fast.
That was
was better. I think that was better.
Way more convincing,
Yeah.
and she is back in the competition. 3 white lights.
Oh, that's the relief. Now we have everyone on the board.
Yeah, a huge relief there. And that projects her straight into second place with only 1 squat in. So still in the competition overall, but still in the fight for that gold medal overall.
Yeah, I mean, she started as a favorite. Now she's coming a little bit from behind, but yeah, that doesn't have to mean much. I mean,
Still 6 lifts to go.
9 attempts is a lot. It's really a lot.
We now have her teammate Vanessa Shavira of the United States. Missed 172.5 on her second. Jumped 2.5 kilos now. 175. Hoping to get this to close the gap between her and Holinai of Ukraine. Wow. She paused that in the hole.
That was a pause squat, and yeah.
A good lift. She said, I'm going to go deep enough. I'm going to hold it so you can all see, and then I'll stand up. And she did a great job of it. Excellent job there. We now have Rita Lorina Visiota of Lithuania, 177.5 kilos for her third and final attempt. This will bring her into the gold medal position for squat in the 84s for the time being, with Shabina of India to follow. The depth was there, but unfortunately just a little bit too heavy. And when you go that deep, there is a little bit of trade-off with strength, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I don't think she... Yeah, I mean, it was a 5 kilo jump. I think 2.5 kilos less still would have been hard. So I think she didn't lose much ground there.
No, didn't lose much ground at all. It does mean that Shaikh Shabina of India, who we are seeing up now, is walking away with the squat gold medal and is just looking to extend that a little bit further, grow her total by 5 more kilos. So 180 kilos for her final squat of the day. Looking nice and strong under the bar. Stands it up.
That looked good to me. Oh!
Unfortunately, 2-1, a no lift. Obviously, that can be contested as there is 1 white light. Let's have a look here at the replay.
It's really borderline.
I think the coach is going over to the jury, but unfortunately, I think to no avail. The jury of 3 have to be in complete agreement with each other to overturn anything, good or bad.
Yeah.
We now have Ivana Holinay of Ukraine, 185 kilos. Already has the squat gold. is looking to further her lead overall in front of Shavira. And these extra 7.5 kilos will do that.
Wow.
Yeah, lets out a battle cry, stands it up, and it is a good lift.
That were 3 really good squats from her. She's sitting pretty in first place. Projected 20 kilos ahead right now. That's a good competition so far.
Yeah, she's pushing that gap larger and larger and making herself more and more uncatchable. We now have Michaela Forsyth of the United States jumping 12.5 kilos to 195 for her third and final attempt, in an attempt to move into squat bronze for the time being, with Sue to follow. A strong looking third attempt there from Michaela.
Blue white lights.
And I think she's happy with that.
And now we have all 484 plus lifters back to back. It's really nice for the medal race.
Yeah, we have 3 lifts left to go, and then we'll go straight into the next flight of ladies, which will be the junior 76, 84 and 84 plus. But now we have Cheng Si-Su of Chinese Taipei retaking 210 kilos, missed it on her second, and this will move her into the bronze medal position for squats in the 84 plus category.
Yeah, she had to re-rack the last attempt. This time they give her the start command right away.
And that looked worlds better there.
I'm a little bit concerned about the knees. Well,
Yep, 2 to 1, a good
very good lift.
She does get called for depth again, just on that left-hand side, and we'll see that left-hand side here.
I think that was good.
Yeah, I think that looked good to me, and I think she'll be safe with that. And she walks away with squat bronze. We now have Dage Love of the United States, and this will move her into gold medal position in the squats. She already has silver, but wants a sparklier medal, adding 15 kilos to her second attempt, 235 kilos now for her third and final attempt. And wow, her second moved well.
Her second moved really well. And I think she can do this, and I also have questions about the next lift, so I think this is a really gold medal attempt actually. But with equipped, everything can happen. We know that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will see now how this 235 moves for Dage Love.
Wow.
And still easily. Ooh, but unfortunately 2 to 1, a no lift for Dage. Got called on depth from the center and side referee. Now let's see in the replay how fair that was.
Wow.
Unfortunately, I think that's going to stay a no lift. The jury are discussing it, but they are not in agreement. So we move on to our final squat of this first session. We have Xin Wei Gu of Chinese Taipei retaking 250 kilos. Her 230 was a little difficult. She jumped 20 kilos anyway, missed it, and is now hoping to get it on her third and final attempt. Already walking away with squat gold. This will extend her total by 20 kilos. And she will need it to keep a hefty lead.
Oh,
Ooh, a great catch from the spotters and loaders, but just as she was pushing up, tipped more and more forwards.
it was so close. Much better than the second attempt, but lost a little bit of balance there. Super upright. And then she fell forward, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Very
no
unfortunate.
lift.
But she still walks away with the gold, so that's
Absolutely.
some consolation.
We move straight through now to the junior 76, 84 and 84 plus kilo women. And kicking us off, we have Hayley Lupo of the United States, opening on 150 kilos. And it's looking really strong. I'm not sure if she cut depth there. I can't tell from the center, but no, 2-1, a good lift. Again, the camera only gets one angle, but the referees, they get 3. And yeah, that looks a lot better from that side angle there.
Yeah, definitely.
We have now Anila Aus of Estonia, opening on 165 kilos, already opening 10 kilos above her current best. Projected 3rd overall in the World Championships after only 1 year of competing.
Yeah, I didn't find anything when I researched her actually, so she's brand new.
Nice and controlled on the way down. Dips into the hole. Oh,
Couldn't even tell that the spotters are doing such a great job, because I couldn't even tell that she didn't start squatting yet.
yeah, I thought she was still trying there. Exactly the same as you. And I'm just wondering here, that's really difficult because some lifters do lift with that form where they dip into the hole. So I'm hoping it was, wasn't a mistake, because if it was, that must be very frustrating. But hopefully she can fix that up on her second. I imagine it was not a strength issue, as she's gone up 10 kilos to her second now. We have Patricia Slizova of Slovakia opening on 170 kilos.
Personal best is 190 kilos, so this should move.
Really nice and careful into the hole
201 kilos in fact. Sorry, I misread that. But she gets caught for depth. It was really close.
Yeah, 2-1 in no lift. Let's have a look again at that replay.
Yeah, from this side, it's borderline. And when it's borderline, then you are at the mercy of the judges, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is the opinion of the judges at that point, and it could go either way. We have Maria Burdov of Romania opening on 170 kilos.
It's 2.5 kilos below her personal best.
Stands it up nice and strong. What do the referees say about that though? Yeah, unfortunately, just not deep enough either. 2-1, a no lift. Watch that again here on the replay, but I'm pretty sure she was, again, just borderline. But clearly, and the jury has overruled it, and luckily the borderline worked in her favor that time. And that was for Burdov of Romania. Is now a good lift. Been overruled by the jury, which is fantastic for the lifter. We're saying when it is borderline, it can err either way.
We always cheer for the lifter.
Exactly.
Obviously.
We have Eleonora Pontoni of Italy now opening on 195 kilos. This is a huge opening attempt.
And that's also like the first part of, I think, the most exciting battle we have in this round, because she and Juliane Sletnes from Norway went toe-to-toe in the European Championships, both totaling 580 kilograms. And Juliane won on body weight, and they meet again at the World Championships.
Yeah, I imagine the battle will continue today.
Wow, that was fast.
She is looking on great form.
Yeah, 2-1, good lift. And also these two lifters they have a chance to get best lifter. So
Yeah, they'll be fighting for that as well. And as you said, they've gone neck to neck before. And Pontoni, although has a slightly smaller squat and deadlift, flies ahead on her bench, opening 35 kilos ahead of Sletnes.
Yeah, this will be a really exciting battle.
We now have Garcia Jocelyn of Ecuador, 200 kilograms.
10 kilos below her PB.
Looking nice and strong. Another lifter pretty new to the sport with 1 year of experience. Ooh, but unfortunately, no lift. She gets 2 calls in depth and a blue call from the right-hand side referee, which we can't quite catch here.
Yeah, I don't really understand the blue, maybe knees, but well, I think the death call was okay.
We now have Clara Haspel of Germany.
Yeah, that's the part where I am excited.
Opening on 205 kilos, and I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, she is she has done, I think, 7 competitions, has started equipped lifting last year at Powerlifting Würzburg, one of the great equipped clubs in Germany. And she is the first international competition.
Wow. And she is looking so strong.
I am completely biased, but I think that was good.
Well, I'll confirm that was good. It's 2-1, a good lift. And 2/3 of the referees agree as well. She just gets a call from depth from this side. But she's such a wide stance, sometimes it's just a little misconceiving. We now have Victoria Kostyuk of Ukraine, opening on 205 kilos. The first of the 84+ women we've seen in these junior flights.
Yeah, as always, a lot of Ukrainian lifters and equipped, like they are really a equipped nation. It's great to see that they are able to send so many lifters here.
Ooh, really quick into the hole, a little bit of tension lost, I think, but stands it up, and it is a good lift. Nonetheless, hopefully on her second she can just slow it down a tiny bit to help herself.
Well, if you blinked, you missed it, right? I mean, as a judge, you have to be really quick on your feet, but that was a good squat.
Maybe it's a technique from some of these lifters. If I'm so quick, they won't see if it's depth or not.
Why not?
We now have Katerina Mulia of Ukraine, her teammate, opening on 215 kilos, just 2.5 kilos below her current best.
She is projected first in the 84 kilo class right now.
Yeah, and hot on her tail is Haspel.
As I said before, all classes we have this afternoon are really, really close. That's really exciting. The deadlifts will be amazing. But first, squats. Well, another very, very quick lifter, and it was, I think, without a question, deep enough.
Yeah, 3 white lights, a good lift, and as you said, we've seen some beautiful opening temps here, lightning fast, and hoping to see some more for the next 5 lifters. We now have Mumita Ghosh of India, opening on 215 kilos.
She won the Commonwealth Championship this year and has, I think, PB 210 kilograms, and she is opening above that actually. Training must have gone really well. India also with a huge team here in the first few days of the competition.
Yeah, and they've been doing so excellently as well.
I think it was close. But close is all you need, 2 to 1.
Yeah, it is a good lift. As you said, you only need 2 white lights for it to be a good lift, and that is what she gets.
The jury is looking really closely right now,
Yeah, it seems like
but they seem to be satisfied.
it was a good lift on that
Yeah,
replay.
perfect.
It
Great.
was deep enough. We now have Tuva Leierhagen of Norway opening on 225 kilos.
She's the reigning European champion from this year in May, beating out Lara Hinz in a close battle, and they meet again today. That was a beautiful squat, if you ask me.
Yeah, really strong looking opener. For Tuva,
Missing one light.
2 to 1, a good lift. Again, just a depth pull from this side.
Yeah,
And it did look a little bit high there, but you've got to take into account that was the side that didn't get the white light. So some lifters do tend to have issues with one hip being higher than the other. And it could have been a case of that.
very, very few lifters are actually so symmetrical that it looks the same on both sides.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely. We have Elakea of India now, opening on 225 kilos.
I'm not sure about this one.
Yeah, unfortunately, as you alluded to there, it just wasn't quite deep enough. But the strength is 100% there, so let's hope she can come out and sink it on her second. Yeah, a couple of inches above there, unfortunately, but has a second and, if needed, a third attempt to retake that. We now have our penultimate opening attempt in this flight of junior women, and we have Julianne Sletnes of Norway opening on 225 kilos, and as you alluded to, it's going to be a tight race between her and Petoni of Italy all the way until the end.
She moved up to the 76 this year. Last year she was still competing in 69s. And she basically won the European Championships with a Hail Mary third deadlift, 17.5 kilogram jump, which was amazing. And she is super, super strong. And really nice. I talked to her a lot last year.
Wow, very strong looking opener.
Let's see.
And 2 to 1, a good lift. Just gets a depth call from that center referee. But is good on both of the side referees, who generally have a better view of depth, and it looked good in the replay. We move on now to our final opening attempt, and we have Lara Heinz of Germany opening on a massive 230 kilo squat.
She was a sub-junior classic world and European champion last year, and she just moved to equipped this year from Powerlifting Wiesbaden, strong club in Germany.
Really slow on the way down. Dips in. Was it low enough? Yes,
Wow.
it was.
And she, if you look at her last 5 competitions, she always only got her opener in squats, so depth is a real issue for her, and this is a huge PR for her. So amazing.
Wow.
That is really, really amazing for our German friends like me, and for her especially. Really good.
Yeah, really good job there. And as we move into the second attempts, you can see where that leaves us. We have 4 lifters yet to get a squat in, but they have another try now with their second attempt. We'll see how that goes down. But first up, we have Haley Lupo of the United States jumping 15 kilos to 165 kilos.
A 15 kilo jump from her first. Her right shoe is open, but nobody noticed actually, which is good. well.
Ooh, it's a bit of a push for Haley, but she gets it up.
That was a good squat, I think.
And let's see what the referees say. 2-1,
Oh.
unfortunately, a no lift. Just cut it a bit shy, I think. Let's have a look. It's hard. Her hips do dip down, and I think it is borderline there. It was a big jump, and I'm hoping, for her sake, the jury are convinced that it was deep enough. Because I think from the side it definitely looked better.
They are discussing.
But
But
unfortunately, I think
yeah.
the coach has been sent away
Yes.
to no avail. We now have Patricia Slazova, who unfortunately is yet to make a squat. Missed 170 on her opening attempt. Is hoping to come back now and get it on her second. She needs this to be able to post a total and keep competing. Now that certainly looked deeper from here. Let's see if the referees are convinced.
Yeah, I think that was the squat where she made a mistake, like when she dipped in the hole and just lost tension, but the weight was no problem with correct technique for her. 3 more lifters to have everyone in the competition, so 3 lifters left that have red lights in the first attempt, so we are hopeful for all of them.
And speaking of which, we have Anela Aus of Estonia, missed 165 on her opener. It was the lift that we saw that looked like she dipped into the hole and the spotters and loaders took it off her, and we're unsure if it was purposeful or not.
Yeah,
So she's gone up another 10 kilos now, and I think perhaps just looking to make up some ground.
that's definitely a risk to take after that first attempt.
It definitely is, but that does make me think that maybe that was more her style than anything else, and I'm hoping that is the case. Yeah, and looking at that, I think they did take it a little bit early based off of how well that moved and the fact that she dipped back into the hole.
Yeah, you were right. But we didn't have any complaints, right, after the first attempt?
No, it
so
didn't
there was
seem like that they asked, but I think they knew that the extra attempt maybe would have just been too taxing.
Yeah.
So they made a really smart decision there, and it is a good lift. We now have Maria Burdov of Romania. Didn't get 170 actually on her opener, got overturned to a good lift by the jury and has now jumped 10 kilos to 180 for her second attempt. So let's hope she can be 100% convincing of depth this time round.
That would be a 7.5 kilo PB. Let's hope she gets it. Yeah, she lost tension in the hole.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's not a strength issue, and as you said before, it's a lot harder to tell in equipped if it's an equipment or a technical or a strength issue, but yeah, you can see her knees wobble quite a bit as she loses tension, and maybe is something that she can fix coming back for her third.
I think she can.
We now have Jocelyn Garcia of Ecuador, missed 200 kilos on her opening attempt. Is retaking it now for her second, and needs this to be able to post a total. Of course, she still has her third attempt, but if she wants to continue to build, I'm sure she'll want to get this 200 in on her second.
She has trouble moving out, but recovered. And that looked really good to me.
Yeah, that looked far more convincing.
Yeah,
And
and
it's
it
a
was.
good lift. She had a squat on the board, and she can breathe a sigh of relief now.
Great second round for all the lifters that missed the first one. Only one lifter left. It's not yet posted a total. Well, posted a squat.
We have Eleonora Pontoni of Italy, jumping 15 kilos to 210 for her second attempt. She's currently sat predicted second overall behind Sletnes, but trying to close the gap with each squat. There, her coach is ready to tell her when she's reached depth.
Well,
Ooh.
she just fell backward, as you obviously could see.
Yeah, and unfortunately that's going to be quite damaging in her race to catch up with Sletnes. But hopefully she can come back and get it on her third. I think
If she
Yeah.
can,
just struggled getting up out the hole there and tipped backwards. So if she can keep just pushing up and maybe even tiny bit forwards, because we don't want her to shoot forwards then, of course, but we'll see when it comes to her third attempt. We now have Clara Haspel of Germany, 215 kilos.
this would already be a PB for her. As we said, like she has done 4 quick competitions. 2 of them were without a squat suit, just reps. She's on the rise. She was the German champion this year, youth champion last year. She's coached by Valerie von Gleichen, a former World Games competitor last year. And that, wow,
Yeah, and you can tell.
that's a beautiful squat. Like completely unbiased. That is a really beautiful squat.
You know what? I'll give you that. It's
Thank you
not
so
biased
much.
at all. That is a nice squat,
Yeah,
even coming from me.
knees go outward really nicely.
Yeah, maintains position really nicely there and puts her in a great position heading into her third attempt.
I asked them yesterday how training went, and they were really cagey about it. I don't know why. Well,
Well, now you know.
Now
it
you
has
know.
gone well. We now have Victoria Kostyuk of Ukraine jumping 15 kilos to 220. Sizable jump here. And although there's a bit of a gap in standings overall in the 84 plus, actually all the squats are pretty close together, so the fight for squat medal I think will be tight.
you're right. It's really close.
And that was still super speedy from Victoria, and 2-1, a good lift. And I think could probably justify another somewhat big jump.
It's so hard to tell with these speedy squatters, like how much is left there. This time I blinked and I really basically missed it, as it was so close. It was so fast, crazy. Good for her.
We now have Katerina Mulia of Ukraine, 225 kilos, currently in the lead in the 84 kilo class, but only by 5 kilos to second and 7.5 kilos to third. So this will be a tight race all the way to the end.
Yeah, the first 3 are so close together in this class. It's going to be really exciting later on in the deadlifts. It already is, but hey.
A little bit of work, but she stands it up. And it is a good lift.
It's basically the same movement like in her first. Like we thought she maybe was a little bit, but it seems like that's the way she squats, it seems. Tilting a little bit
Yeah,
to the right.
it's always a bit hard to tell until you've seen them squat once or twice if it's a mistake or if that's how just they do it. Now, our final lifter yet to get a squat on the board, Elakea of India. Missed 225 kilos on her opener. Is reattempting it now on her second. And should she get this, she'll jump into squat bronze for the time being. And more importantly, be able to continue in the competition, building a total.
I think it was better than the first one, but it's still close, kinda. Well, and unfortunately,
I think you're absolutely right. It was better, but it was still cutting it really fine. We'll see here in the replay, both side referees gave a call for depth.
yeah, and from the replay you can't blame them. I mean, you can't anyway, but
Yeah, and the jury didn't even say a
No,
word to each
no.
other, so unfortunately she's gonna have to get that on her third attempt to stay in the competition. We now have Tuva Lajahagen of Norway, 232.5 kilos. And this will bring her into squat gold for the time being, heading into third. But as I said, in the 84 plus category, the fight for squat medals I think will be pretty close.
Yeah, it's looking amazing. Strong enough. 3 white lights.
Yeah, good lift.
Masterfully done.
Yeah, she didn't squat any deeper than she needed to, but you never need to. You just need to squat deep enough.
Well, I mean, if your technique is consistent, and very few people can squat consistently at the same, but she,
And
right
she
now,
seems to.
She seems to, yeah.
We have Mamita Ghosh of India jumping to 232.5 kilos for her second attempt. There'll be a fight between her and her teammate, Alekia, should she get a squat on the board for that podium finish in third.
I have my doubts.
Yeah, and for fair reason. Unfortunately, it's a no lift, and she manages to fight it up, but as you can see here, she cuts it too short.
Yeah, there's no question.
The thing is, it is difficult because some people at home might say, oh, it looked deep enough, but when the hamstrings are bigger, it gives the illusion of depth, but it is that the hip crease has to be below the top of the knee. So that's what you're looking for, not whether the hamstrings are below, parallel. We now have Julianne Sletnes of Norway jumping 10 kilos to 235, looking to increase the gap between her and Pontoni.
This would already be a huge success for her if she gets this, because Pontoni missed her second squat.
Absolutely.
She got her first one, I think, 2-1, so she should be careful. That was a beautiful squat, if you ask me.
Yeah, and it did look deeper than the first, but still gets 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, like, we see it from the side, from the front, because she's standing really wide, and it's really hard to get on depth when you have a wide stance. So maybe from the front it actually looks, or isn't, I don't know.
Yeah, and of course that's the only angle that front referee has, so they can only tell from there.
But that's why we have 3 judges in the jury, so...
We now have Lara Hinz of Germany, 237.5 kilos.
So she's all, like, the 230 is already amazing for her, like 7.5 kilos more would be even more amazing. She's already projected first.
Yeah, currently leading with a pretty hefty lead heading into bench, should she get this, and even then her third she has.
She's coached by her father, who has been in the sport since decades, so... Oh, that looked pretty good.
Let's see if it was. Oh, unfortunately, not quite deep enough. Interesting way that she squats. As she goes down, down, down. She actually pauses before depth and then dips after she gets the command. But unfortunately, just did a little bit higher than she did last time. And now we can see where we're standing heading into third attempts. A lot of these squats are going to matter to grow these totals. We've seen people walk away with no gold medals in individual lifts, but then get the overall title because they've slowly built that total. And that is what it is about. We have Haley Lupo of the United States now, missed 165 on her second, so looking to get it now on her third and final squat attempt.
Building a total is a magical thing. Like, I remember my best competition was I was under what I wanted to do in all 3 lifts, and the total was amazing. It's like, really, build it.
Yeah,
and
100%.
Then it'll be good. Now Haley, it's really important for her. But she just isn't there.
Yeah, just a little bit too heavy. Trying to find better depth, but in that, lost herself in the squat.
And so she ends up with 150 kilos, so this, unfortunate, a little bit too aggressive from first to second.
Yeah, but luckily she does have a squat on the board, so she is safe moving into bench press. We now have Maria Burdov of Romania. Her first lift got overturned from bad to good, and it's a good thing because she didn't get her second 180 kilos. and is now looking to retake it, get it on her third, add 10 extra kilos to that total.
Also a very high bar squatter.
She's fighting through. Wow, what a grind.
So she's able to stand up with it.
Is it deep enough? Ooh, unfortunately, two referees don't think so. 2-1, no lift.
You can see in the replay that the hip shifts on the one side, and we see the side where we had a white light, and I think that was deep enough, but
Yeah.
it's hard to tell, really hard to tell.
As you said, that was the side she got the white light on, so we couldn't see what the two referees who gave her a no lift saw. We have Anela Aus of Estonia now, 187.5 kilos for her third final attempt.
She matched her personal best in the second one, and now she's looking for 12.5 kilo PB. Wow, that's
Yeah, missed her
huge.
opener, but I don't think that was a fault of her own. I think it was just the spotters notice mistaking her dip for a fall. Went up anyway, got it on her second, and has now gone up another 12.5 kilos.
She has trouble walking it out. But now she's standing, yeah, right?
You see the dip here at the bottom, I'm sure. There it is.
There it is. But
Ooh.
a little bit too much.
Yeah, I think the bar started rolling up there, and just a bit too heavy today for her. Surprising that she went up 10 kilos from first to second, and then a little bit more from second to third. Perhaps she was planning originally to go up 12.5 kilos in that first jump, but we've spoken before about make the jumps that you have, not the ones you wanted a month ago.
I think that was a huge risk to take from a second to third. But she still ends up with a bronze in
Yeah.
the squad.
100%. We now have Patricia Slezova of Slovakia jumping 22.5 kilos to 192.5. Missed 170 in her opener, got it on her second, and it seems like now is trying to make up ground that she might have lost. Perhaps this is her planned third.
Talking about a big jump here, right? 22.5 kilos. Wow.
Yeah, wow, that worked for her though, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that was her planned second, because
Wow.
that moved well, and 2-1, a good lift.
Or maybe it was a compromise between a planned
Yeah.
second and third. That's also what you see a lot.
But either way, I'm happy to eat my words.
But she stays in fourth place in the squad, but still, like, for her, that's obviously great that this moved for building the total.
We now have Eleonora Pontoni of Italy. Missed her second, 210 kilos, which really widened the gap between her and Sletner's, unfortunately. Looking to get it again here on her third, hoping to close that gap ever so slightly. Moving into bench, where we know she is able to shine.
She's competing in both classic and equipped. Was, for example, 21, she was the sub-junior European champion. And I think last year also the world champion.
That looked a little bit better from here.
I think that looked good. Yes. That was an important squat for her to keep in the gold medal race.
It was, and it's a good lift, 3 white lights. She walks off looking like she's in a little bit of pain, so I hope she's okay. But she gets that squat, and as we know in equipped, anything can happen, so that gap could be closed even more so. Moving into bench where we know that she excels. We'll have to wait and see. We now have Jocelyn Garcia of Ecuador. Missed 200 kilos in her opener, came back and got it on her second, is now jumping to 215 kilos, which will bring her into squat silver for the time being, with Haspel to follow.
And like the first three lifters are projected so close, so basically this 15 kilos is important if she wants to stay in the gold medal race. I think that's also the reason why they take this risk. It's 5 kilos above her personal best. But if you look at this, it doesn't seem like a risk at all.
No, it seemed really sensible decision. But
Oh!
Unfortunately,
A blue.
yeah, she gets a red from the left side referee, which was depth, and a blue from the right-hand side, which could have been for downwards movement or for soft knees.
Oh, hard to tell.
But that seemed like a bit of a harsh call. I'm not sure which of those it was, so I can't see anyone contesting to the jury. So unfortunately, I think that'll stay in no lift. We have Clara Haspel of Germany now, 225 kilos, looking to keep up with Mulia.
So they're playing the long game. They would have had to jump 2.5 kilos more to attack the gold medal in the squat, but they choose not to do that because she's heavier than the Ukrainian lifter.
Yeah, which I think is very sensible.
That's a weight she probably has never handled before. You can see it when she walked out.
So she handles it like a pro.
I think that was a good squat. Yes, it was.
And a 10 kilo personal best for Clara.
Germany is satisfied, I can show you of that. Very great competition in the squat for her.
Yeah, really strong showing from the two German lifters today. And she's closing the gap with Katarina Mulia, who we are seeing right now from Ukraine, 230 kilos.
Yeah, so basically the German team put pressure on her right now, so these 5 kilos would come very handy for her.
Yeah, and Haspel has the bigger bench,
Yeah.
whereas Mulia has the bigger deadlift.
Which is always an advantage in the competition.
But we will see this now. If she gets this, she'll be 10 kilos ahead, and if she doesn't, she will still be 5 kilos ahead.
Wow.
She is looking so on point today.
She's looking strong, yeah. That was a great squat.
Yeah, a good lift. And the fight continues between the two lifters there. We now have Victoria Kostyuk of Ukraine jumping 10 kilos to 230. Like we said before, the fight for squat medal is in the 84 plus. It's really close together. The first overall is pretty far ahead of the rest, but we know all sorts can happen.
Like, I'm pretty good with numbers, but like just looking at the numbers for the 84 plus, like it's hard to tell who is in what place right now and where they would end up with. It's all 230 plus. Well, she's in third place right now and stays that way, but the 10 kilos would come in handy to defend this.
Wow, what a great final attempt. She pushes through.
Yeah, but I'm not so sure. Wow, okay, I must have completely missed that.
No, it looked good. 3 white lights and a fantastic last call from her. Let's have a look again at that replay. Yeah, lovely last call.
Well deserved. A good session, 3 for 3 in the squats. And
now we have Elakea of India, who could be in contention for medal overall. She just needs to make a squat. She missed 225 twice, has gone up 5 kilos, and as we've discussed before, sometimes equipped lifters need that to find the depth a little better because the squat suit and knee wraps fight against it.
I think actually that's a sensible call. Oh, I'm not so sure.
It looked a little bit better than her first two, and let's see, but unfortunately still not deep enough, and that's
so
heartbreaking.
That's our only lifter that didn't get a squat in. We really feel sorry. We feel with the lifter. Like that's such a harsh thing.
Yeah, absolutely, and hopefully a hard lesson to learn, but one that she will take with her and use moving forwards. We now have her teammate Mamita Ghosh of India, who did get her opener in, but then missed her second attempt of 232.5 and is choosing now to retake it for her third. If she does, she'll move into silver squat position for the time being, with Hinz and Lehagen to follow.
Yeah, this class shapes to be up a 2-horse race for the gold and a 2-horse race for the bronze. And the 17.5 kilo would be very important to stay in that race. She stands up with it.
Still, unfortunately, not quite deep enough, but luckily she was able to get her squat opener in, which means she can move forward and continue competing.
3 squats left in the session.
Yeah, and as we said before, it's going to be a battle between her and Kostya of Ukraine for that bronze overall. We now have Tuva Eliahagen of Norway, 237.5 kilos. And she is lighter of the two of her and Hinz, so should they both get this, Tuva will walk away with squat gold.
Yeah, that's basic. If she does this, it's a lock for the gold medal.
And she's looking strong.
2-1, good lift.
And more importantly, sneaking up on Lara, because if Lara doesn't get this, Eliahagen is much closer to catching her for overall gold heading into bench, which they're both very strong at.
Yeah, I just see Lara's bench opener and I'm really, really surprised, but we can talk about this later.
Yeah, she is opening at 147.5 and Eliahagen is opening at 135 on her bench. But now we have Lara Hinz of Germany retaking 237.5 kilos, hoping to stay in the race, pushing closer and further away, from Eliahagen.
As I said before, she hasn't hit a third squat in a long time, so this would be really, really great for her and for her confidence in squatting.
Can she find depth? She's not going any further down, and I'm a little worried that still wasn't deep enough. I'm hoping it was.
But it isn't, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately she does something that a lot of lifters do, which is they continue moving their body down, but their hips stay in the same place. Yeah. So here you can see her body's going down, so when she dips, it probably feels like she's a lot lower than she is. But unfortunately, that is a no lift, and it means that she's still ahead of Eliahagen, but by not quite as much as she hoped. We now have Julianne Sletnes of Norway, 242.5 kilos, and a similar story between her and Pontoni in the 76s.
She would equal her personal best with this, so this should be well within range.
Stands it up.
No, I think she didn't lock her knees, I believe.
Ooh, unfortunately, it is a no lift, which means the gap is slightly closer between her and Pontoni, with only 10 kilos between them heading into bench. And we know Pontoni has a big bench on her. That concludes our squats. As we can see here, after squats in the 84 kilo sub-juniors, in gold we have Shaikh Sabina of India. In silver, we have Mackenzie Wells of the United States, and in bronze, we have Reda Lorena Visute of Lithuania. In the 84 plus kilo category, in first, we have Sinwei Gu of Chinese Taipei. In silver, we have Dade Love of the United States, and in bronze, we have Shengxi Su of Chinese Taipei. In the 76 kilo sub-junior class, we have Ivana Holene of Ukraine in gold, Vanessa Shavira of the United States in silver, and Annika Marie of South Africa in bronze. Now in the 84 kilo junior in gold for squat, we have Katerina Mulia of Ukraine. In silver, we have Clara Hasper of Germany. And in bronze, I cannot tell you right now because we don't have it on screen, but we have just seen it all. And what an exciting squat session we were having. We have a 10-minute break now before heading into bench press.
It's Jocelyn from Ecuador in third place in the squat.
Yes, Jocelyn, absolutely right. And we will have a 10-minute break now before heading into bench. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you then.
The bench press is the second movement performed in a powerlifting competition. It's a movement that mainly uses upper body strength. A slight back arch is authorized and allows for a stronger and healthier shoulder positioning. Laying down on the bench, the athlete has to create points of contact between his head, shoulder, glutes, and the bench. His feet has to lay flat on the ground, with the heels in the contact with the floor. Once that position is locked, the central referee gives the start command. The lifter lowers the bar until it touches his chest. The lower underside of both of his elbow joints have to be at level or below the top surface of each shoulder joint. He then has to stabilize the bar for the referee to give him the press command. The lifter has to push the bar back up until the complete extension of his elbows. The central referee gives the rack command and the lift is completed.
There are 4 main reasons to have a no lift on that movement. First, if you're not able to fully extend your elbows at the beginning and at the end of the movement. Second, if you don't touch the chest with the bar, or if your elbows don't go at level or below the top of your shoulder joint. Third, if you're not able to maintain all points of contact with the bench, knowing the head, the shoulders, and the butt. Fourth, if the lift isn't completed in a single upward movement.
Hello and welcome back to the IPF World Classic and Equipped Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships in Cluj-Napoca, Romania. For day 3, we have the 76 kilo, 84 kilo and 84 plus kilo sub-junior and junior women. Here in this first flight, we will have the sub-junior women, followed by the junior women in the second flight. I'm Amelia Potter, joined here today by Hendrik Becker.
Hello everyone, nice for having me. Thank you for having me.
My absolute pleasure. And we are kicking it off now with Virginia Mirza of Romania. We'll be jumping in between the different weight categories and you'll be able to see above their name which they fall into. 62.5 kilos on the bar.
Yeah, so in equipped you just survived squats and then you have bench press, which is not a tiny bit easier than squats.
Yeah, we often see a lot of drama in bench in equipped, and we're hoping not to today, but as you can see, our equipped benchers wear a bench shirt. Ooh, a little bit of a challenging start there for Virginia.
Well, you said hopefully no drama. First attempt. Well,
yeah, we got drama, and unfortunately for her, that is on her opener. So she needs to get in her second. As we said so often in squats, you need one of each discipline. So a squat, a bench, and a deadlift to be able to post a total. You can still compete for medals overall, but not post a total. We now have Annika Marie of South Africa, 65 kilos.
She's wearing a shirt. I just didn't see it.
Yeah, and you'll often see equipped lifters wearing a belt and bench as well to help keep the bench shirt down.
She has a long range of motion. Wow.
She does indeed. And that looked like a nice opener, a good lift. And she has a bench on the board. I imagine she has a big deadlift on her, based on her bench range of motion there.
That's what I was thinking as well.
We now have Shabina Shaikh of India.
She's leading the competition after the squats. Doesn't have the biggest bench, so it's collecting kilos for her and the bench press event, I believe.
Yeah, just building the total slowly there. She walked away with squat gold, now opening on 70 kilos.
Her PB is 80 kilograms. And
ooh, a good catch from the spotters and loaders there, just tipped backwards towards her face. which actually we do see a lot of in equipped.
Equipped bench press, it's also like the shirt feels a specific way, and like if you're 1 kilo or even a half kilo heavier or lighter on the day, it can feel totally different, and sometimes it takes 1 or 2 attempts to adjust for this, and often they are able to fix this in the second attempt.
Yeah, let's hope so. We have Vanessa Shavira of the United States now, opening on 82.5 kilos. I'm not sure what's happening here. I think she's asking for the bench press to be...
I think she needs...
oh, blocks maybe she's looking for,
yeah,
yes.
she's looking for blocks.
So that's not the fault of the lifter, so the clock will be restarted. You're absolutely right. They're bringing blocks onto the platform here, and any lifter can request blocks. Usually it is done by the slightly shorter lifters to help them get as much leg drive as possible.
Yeah. You can also request them in certain heights. I think 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters. I'm not 100% sure on that. I think she handled the additional stress very well. That was a good opening attempt.
I think she absolutely did. It's a good lift, and as you said, she had a bit of unexpected stress there, waiting for the blocks, probably was mentally and physically prepared to go and had to wait a little bit longer. We now have Rita Lorina Visiota of Lithuania, 85 kilos.
The blocks is always like on local meets, like often they're just not there. And then you have to deal with angry people, but here obviously they are available.
Yeah, here at the World Championships they have to be on hand, but I've definitely been at some local meets where they've also been very strangely high, like big blocks. Nice, strong looking opener there.
Yeah, and she also has a really long range of motion, but 85, that's good for sub-junior. It's good.
And it's a good lift. Usually we see the people who are more equipped for bench slightly less well equipped for deadlifts and vice versa in terms of body anatomy.
Yeah, and with the new rule this year with elbow depth on the bench press, especially for equipped lifters, that was quite a huge adjustment.
We have Sheng Su of Chinese Taipei now, opening on 85 kilos.
It's our 14-year-old lifter here.
Struggling to find her chest there. Yeah, unfortunately just tips forwards. The issue sometimes is with bench shirts, if there's not enough weight on there, it's really difficult to find the chest and especially keep it motionless on the chest. But obviously the trade-off for them putting more weight on is, can you then get it up?
And equipped bench press is so different from raw bench press. It's not even a comparison. Like,
yeah, two different lifts, really.
It's really two different lifts, yeah.
We now have Mackenzie Wells for the United States, opening on 87.5 kilos.
She gave us a scare in the squats. I think she only got her third attempt in, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but still doing really well to be hanging in the competition, only 2.5 kilos behind projected first, which is Lorena Visierta.
Only 16 years old. 2007 she was born.
Ooh, a bit of trouble there.
She did catch it, but did she have downward movement while she caught the bar?
Yeah.
And the referees say that she did.
Yeah, and I think the yellow there was just for skipping the command at the end, because I think what happened, or maybe actually for her bum lifting off.
Yeah, I think that was the last part of the lift, like the bum came up a little bit, I think, as well.
Yeah, but as she put it up and straightened her arms began to tip back anyway. But unfortunately, no lift, but she does have a second attempt to try and fix that up. We have Xinwei Gu of Chinese Taipei, opening on 90 kilos. Currently our leader in the 84 plus kilo category with Love on her tail.
That look, they said downward movement.
Yeah, let's look at that again in the replay here. It could have been on the chest itself. So if after you get the press command, you sink it further into your chest. Oh, no, it was actually on the way up.
On the way up, yeah. So strength wasn't really a problem here, just like she, I don't know.
Yeah, she just needs to more confidently press it up.
Yeah.
But as you said, it seems like she's strong enough. And we've only had 3 lifters so far get their opening bench in, it seems. Let's hope Ivana Holinay joins them with 95 kilos.
Yeah, she had an amazing squat event and looked technically very, very profound. And just as I say this, but okay. They secured her now. Wow. That looked like a raw bench.
Yeah,
So
that
quick.
was really tidy there. And she joins the lifters who have got a bench in. Good lift and a fair amount to go, it seems, in the tank.
Yeah. It's not all about strength, it's really about technique as well. Like if you're a very sound technical lifter and you just get your attempts in all the time, you can sometimes beat people that are actually stronger than you.
Yeah, and as I said, and I say all the time, there is no reward for heaviest opener. You need to get the lifts in. We now have Dage Love of the United States opening on 110 kilos. This is a big opening attempt for the 17-year-old. And wow, that moved so quickly. And is a good lift. She has an opener in. And her competitor, Gu, who she'll be fighting for first place, is yet to get a bench in. So that'll be interesting to see.
And I would expect a huge jump from first to second here, so she has put herself in a very nice position.
Yeah, you want to open safe. You just want to make sure you get it in, especially on a quick bench where you can. We now have her teammate, Michaela Forsyth of the United States, opening on 110 kilos also. It's very possible we'll see 2 American athletes here on the podium at the end of the competition.
Yeah, the 84 plus class is really interesting because we have 4 competitors and 2 from Chinese Taipei and 2 from the US. So it's like a country comparison here.
And again, looking strong, just like her teammate. Is a good lift. And I think at the very least we'll have 2 Americans on the podium for bench.
That looks like it, yeah, definitely.
We have our final opener left of this flight of women before we move straight through to second attempts. And we have Justyna Pietrzykowska of Poland, 120 kilos for her opening attempt.
So she basically opens with the same weight that she squatted. That's also not something you see very often.
No, an excellent bencher it seems.
It
And
seems, yeah.
the world sub-junior record in the 84 kilos is 135.5. So it'll be interesting to see how this moves. Blocks one arm out and then the other.
Oh, wow.
It was a little bit of work, but ooh, unfortunately.
Yeah, the way down to the chest was very... She didn't find the spot here, you can see. And I think her head came up when she did that, which is not allowed. And yeah, I mean, the yellow might have been for butt lift, but I couldn't see it from here.
Yeah, and I'm hoping it's something that she can fix. We move now into the second attempt with only 6 lifters of this whole flight, so half of the lifters with an attempt in. Virginia Mirza of Romania, unfortunately, is not one of those lifters. Missed 62.5 kilos on her opener and is looking to come back now and get it on her second.
Yeah, that looked better. Hopefully, yeah. 3 white lights.
Yeah, she is safe. She has a bench on the board. And that's exactly why you want to open with a weight that you're confident with. So if you need to retake it, that you can. We have Sheikh Shabina, India now. Again, missed 70 kilos on her opener. Retaking it now, hoping to get it on her second. Needs this to continue on in the competition, especially considering the fact that she's projected in third overall.
Sometimes you see lifters having a different shirt on for their first attempt to just get something in that is secure, and then having a tighter shirt so that they can push more weight in the second, third attempt.
And it is a good lift. She also now has a bench on the board. And I'm hoping that trend continues with the rest of the lifters as well.
Yeah, when half of the field misses their first bench, that's quite a bit of drama. But second round looked good so far.
We now have Annika Marie of South Africa. Did get her opener in, is now jumping 5 kilos to 70, which would match her current bench press PB. PB, of course, meaning personal best.
That looks very, very clean.
And it is a good lift. Building that total nice and slowly.
So the next lifter that didn't post a bench in the first round.
Yeah, as you said there, Shengxi Su of Chinese Taipei unfortunately did not get her opener in. Hoping to follow the trend of the last couple of lifters who managed to get their second, retaking 85 kilos now. The 14-year-old, our youngest competitor so far in the competition, and so strong. And that looked far better than her opener.
Yeah, she's tilting to the left extremely. So that gives her a little bit of a scare, but she was able to save it.
Yeah, a good lift there for Shengxi Su. We now have Mackenzie Wells of the United States. As you said before, had a little bit of trouble with her squats and is now having a little bit of trouble with her bench. Hopefully she can get 87.5 kilos now. She's retaking it on her second after missing it on her opener.
That's not characteristic for her. I researched her. She did 3 meets in this year already, and she did get all 9 bench presses in. So I think she should be able to fix this.
Still a little bit of trouble, but she manages to lock it out, and
yeah, 3 right
there
lines.
we go. She felt the confidence you had in her beam through.
I tried to send positive energy on all directions.
I think she got them.
That's
It's a good lift. We now have Vanessa Shavir of the United States, jumping 5 kilos from her opener to 87.5 for her second attempt.
Still 5 kilos below her PB.
A little behind her competitor, but not completely out of reach of first overall. We've only had first benches, so a lot can happen in the next 5 lifts.
She is the one using the blocks for the bench press.
Just been told to re-rack there.
That could mean that she had the grip too far on the, like that she didn't cover the ring of the bar fully, or that her
Yeah,
elbows weren't locked in.
I think that was the case. And for you at home, you can only go a certain width on the bench. Ooh, unfortunately, just tipped backwards for her head there. And in a quick bench, that is a fixable problem.
Yeah, definitely.
So
Yeah,
hopefully she can.
She has a super wide grip, so that was probably the reason why she had to re-rack.
Yeah, as I was saying, and as you mentioned, you can only go a certain width on bench press. You can't max it out like you can in squats.
I had one lifter that did that as well in competition, when I gave her the bar, like I made sure to stand in front of the referee when I walked away.
We now have Rida Lorena Visiota of Lithuania jumping 5 kilos to 90 for her second attempt.
Yeah, she's in contention for the gold medal total, and she's just building her total. Another 5 kilo jump. That looks really good.
Yeah, it's a nice second attempt.
5 kilo above her personal best, so that's really going well for her.
A good lift. I'm not sure if she's got too much left in the tank after that.
Yeah,
But wow, look at that elbow depth.
yeah, she can spare a bit for some other competitors there.
Yeah, she has enough to go around.
Yeah, and like with this long range of motion, like the triceps is really working at the top end, and then it often stops very rapidly.
Yeah, it cuts off really fast there. We have Xin Wei Gu of Chinese Taipei, missed 90 kilos in her opener. If we're taking it now.
Oh,
And again, it seems like there was an issue there.
you couldn't see it really from this angle, but it's basically the same thing that happened in the first attempt, like this.
Yeah, but this time round it seemed a little bit harder. On the first it just went a little bit up and down, but this one seemed to go a bit more side to side and it looked harder. So I'm hoping that's something she can come back and get on her third, because she is in contention for podium overall, but she needs to be able to post a bench.
Yeah, she looks like she's in trouble.
We have now Ivana Polinay of Ukraine jumping 10 kilos to 105 for her second attempt. Her opener was fantastic, opened nice and conservative, and has jumped 10 kilos now, and it's a great way to build your total.
Yeah,
Still looking strong.
I have to say, after like we are halfway through the competition for the sub-juniors, like she impressed me the most technically from all the lifters. Like she's so solid. I think 5 for 5 right now. She looks really strong.
Yeah, and let's hope it continues for her. We now have Justyna Pietrzykowska of Poland. Again, another lifter who missed 120 kilos in her opener, is looking to get it now on her second. We have hopefully had something fixed in the break there.
If she gets this, she's already locked in first place in bench press. Like she's miles ahead of her competitors in this class with her bench press. It's probably a specialist, I would assume.
As you mentioned, she's benching what she squatted, so it's incredibly impressive. Gets a better touch there. Yeah, and it shows.
Yeah, that looked good. 3 white lights. She touched the rack on the right side a little bit, but that is only like a card if it helps the lifter.
Yeah,
And it didn't.
absolutely. She did a great job of that. And on her first attempt where she failed, she did touch quite heavy and it tipped forwards a bit, and I think that's why she struggled to press it. We now have Michaela Forsyth of the United States, jumping 12.5 kilos to 122.5 for her second attempt.
A 12.5 kilo jump in bench presses is huge. That you don't even see this with guys that bench 220 or something. Like that's
This is a big jump.
It's 2.5 kilos above her PB. Oh, wow.
And the 12.5 kilos did not slow her down.
Wow. New personal best and a third attempt to spare.
And she walks off cool, calm and collected, like she didn't do something mega impressive.
She knows what she's doing, I would assume.
Yeah, 100%. We have now our final second attempt before heading into our third attempt from Dage Love of the United States, jumping 15 kilos to 125 to take back that gold medal squat heading in, bench heading into the third attempt from her teammate. Again, both of the American lifters in the 84 plus are benching so strong and quickly. And she still is, with a 15 kilo added to it.
Wow.
Wow indeed. Wow is all you can say, really.
Yeah, there's really nothing much to add. I was a little bit... Yeah, the right arm is for elbow depth is a little bit borderline, but not really. I mean, because from our perspective, I could only see the right arm, and I was thinking for a second maybe there's a problem, but from the replay you can see there wasn't.
Yeah, and on screen there you could just see the scoreboard, and still 3 lifters yet to make a bench. This is their last opportunity to do so, but not Virginia Mirza. She managed to get her second attempt in. She's now jumped 7.5 kilos to 70 for her third and final attempt.
That was probably her planned third attempt. Yeah, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, unfortunately, just couldn't quite lock it out. And it is a no lift.
The shirt is really like, it's a white shirt. It's not giving that much support for her, so you can actually see that.
We now have Annika Marie of South Africa jumping the minimum you can, which is 2.5 kilos to 72.5, which I think is a smart decision. If you think you're near your top end, just get those extra couple kilos if you can, and if you miss it, you don't miss out on much.
Yeah. In these weight ranges, there's basically the 5 kilo, 2.5 kilo from first to second to third is basically the best option in nearly all cases. Equipped is a little bit different, obviously, sometimes, but in this case, she's following that rule, I would say. Absurd long range of motion. Her elbows are nearly touching the floor.
Yeah, wow. And a fantastic cool third attempt
Very
there. I think 2.5 kilos was a perfect jump for her.
Yeah, as we said, like with this range of motion at the very top end, like it can be over so fast, even if this goes really fast from the chest. Well done.
Yeah, great job there. We have now Sheikh Shabina of India. Missed 70 kilos on her opener, got it on her second, has now jumped 7.5 kilos to her third, 77.5.
This is an important lift for her to stay in third place overall. And then just seeing that we will have a world record attempt later on this round. Wow.
But for now we have Sheikh Shabina of India.
That looked pretty good to me. Yes, perfect. This was valuable 7.5 kilograms for the total.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be super important, as you said, to fight to stay on that podium overall. We now have Vanessa Shavira of the United States. Just missed 87.5 kilos on her second, hoping to come back now and get it on her third. She's already in bench press silver in the 76s. That won't be taken away from her. To add 5 kilos to her overall total.
No, that's gone. Yeah.
Had a similar sort of issue she did last time as it started tilting back towards her face.
She already touched it very high on her chest. Like I wonder if that was too high to begin with. It looked more like a raw bench press than an equipped one, actually. Oh well.
Now, we have Xin Wei Gu of the Chinese Taipei. She's yet to make a bench press attempt, and she is going to need this to be able to post a total. Yeah. And it will bring her directly into third for bench press and
Yeah.
3rd overall. But she's been having some trouble getting it all the way up in one smooth movement. So let's hope now on her final attempt she can get it in.
Yeah, she had the same problem on both attempts with downward movement. Wow.
That looked way, way better.
Wow. And she had a weird bar path to the chest, so I thought already, oh my god, that isn't looking good. But in equipped, sometimes that's actually needed. You have to find, you can see it here, like you need to find the right spot, and now it was no problem at all.
Yeah.
So tough for her that she only got one in, but she survived, and she's still good for the podium and not too far out of reach for the second and first.
But rather than that, it's good. She managed to get one in, was the good news.
You are right. Yeah, you are right.
We got Shengxi Su of Chinese Taipei now, her teammate, also attempting 90 kilos. She's already got 85 kilos on the board, wants to add 5 extra to that, and this will move her into bench press bronze. And it's a nice looking 3rd attempt. And 2-1, a good lift. Just a yellow call from one of the side referees there. Which I'm wondering if it was a sort of butt lift. Won't be able to see from this angle.
Maybe a head, because she shifted a lot of her head, and the head is not allowed to leave the bench as well.
Yeah, of course. Your head, your butt, and your feet cannot lift during the bench press after you've got the start command. We now have Rita Lorina Viseota of Lithuania, 92.5 kilos.
And yeah, she's winning the total. She is sitting in first place currently.
Yeah, she is neck and neck with Mackenzie Wells of the United States. I think it's just a little bit too heavy for her today.
Yeah. And when you say neck and neck, it's actually they had the same squat. They are now doing the same 3rd bench press attempt, and they also have the same deadlift opener. Like you cannot be more evenly matched than that.
Yeah, they are really evenly matched, and with just Mackenzie Wells being 2 kilos lighter.
So this is a huge lift for Mackenzie. If she can do this, then she's in prime position for the deadlifts.
And this, of course, will move her into silver position for bench press. Wow, what a fight.
I think that wasn't downward movement, and there wasn't.
There's a good lift, and that's going to really help her heading into deadlifts as she is so, so close.
She has a lot disadvantage in the deadlift. She has to lift before, I think. Oh well, we can cover this later.
We have 4 benches remaining before we head into the junior lifter flight immediately afterwards. And first up, we have Ivana Holine of Ukraine, jumping to 112.5 kilos, already with a hefty lead overall and in bench press gold. This will just extend her total.
Yeah, from nominations, she was only 10 kilo ahead of the 2nd place lifter, like Vanessa from the USA. But she is now well in front in projections.
By making good decisions each time and executing them well.
And we jinxed it. But I think that was just a technical.
Yeah.
It was just heavy. It can happen. Still.
Unfortunately, yeah, that's a no lift, and I think it did just start tipping back towards her head, which we do see a lot, as we mentioned before, in a quit bench.
Yes.
We move now on to Dage Love of the United States. 132.5 kilos for her 3rd and final attempt. This will be a huge personal best for Love and keep her in bench press gold in the 84 plus.
These are huge weights for sub-juniors.
absolutely massive. It's worth remembering that Love is only 17 years old.
Wow.
And it is a good lift. Someone needs to tell her we're not warming up anymore.
She surely knows how to bench press.
Fantastic effort there. We now have her teammate following, Michaela Forsyth of the United States, looking to take bench press gold from Love by just being lighter than her in body weight with the same weight on the bench, 132.5 kilos. She'll keep silver overall regardless, but if she gets this, she'll get bench press gold ahead of Love. Wow, and both Americans showing us how it's done there. 3 white lights, a good lift.
That was really, really good bench pressing. And now for the last bench, and it's a special one for the sub-juniors.
This is an absolutely huge bench for anyone, but especially for a sub-junior woman. This will be a world sub-junior bench press record attempt from Justyna Pietrzykowska of Poland. We know Poland can produce some excellent bench presses. Agata Shitko is a great example of that, who also competes equipped and classic. But now we have Justyna Pietrzykowska of Poland attempting a world sub-junior bench press record here in the 84 kilo class with 136 kilos. This is a 16 kilo jump from her second attempt. Let's see how she gets on.
Yeah, you can tell that's why she came here. That's was the goal, and super, super excited for this one.
Oh, unfortunately, it's just too much weight today for her, but a fantastic job nonetheless, walking away with 120 kilos and still taking bench press gold. Attempting 16 kilos more than she squatted on her bench is absolutely incredible.
And who can say they actually attempted a bench press in competition, world record in competition? That's quite a quick.
And she can keep working towards it. It's not her last year in the sub-juniors, I don't think. But we move straight through to the juniors now, and we have Maria Berdov of Romania opening on 90 kilos.
It's her 4th international competition, so quite experienced already. And like we only have 3 bench press openers below 100 kilograms, so it's getting serious.
Standards high, yeah. That's a good lift for Maria Berdov there. We now have Enela Aus of Estonia, 95 kilos.
Yeah, that looks like a very good lift. It's the technique that always worries me when like the lifter takes like 10 seconds to get to their chest and then you think something went wrong, but it actually didn't. They just found the right bar path and then it just straight like an arrow. Great lifting.
Yeah, absolutely. We now move on to Jocelyn Garcia of Ecuador, opening on 97.5 kilos.
She's the lightest 84 lifter, so if If in the end it's getting down to the wire, that could be an advantage. But she's currently sitting in third place and has some ground to cover if she wants to attack the top.
Nice speedy opener there for Jocelyn.
Yeah, that was a good start.
And a good lift. We now have Namita Ghosh of India opening on 100 kilos.
Currently sitting in fourth place after the squat event.
A little bit of trouble on the way up there, and I think
Yeah,
there's a bit of downwards movement, unfortunately, but didn't look like a strength issue, so hopefully she can get that on her second. I must say, that's the first SBD India singlet I've seen so far, and it's pretty cool.
yeah, I was actually quite, yeah, nothing to add. I was actually looking at this as well, so I've never seen this before.
We now have Patricia Slezova of Slovakia opening on 107.5 kilos. Looking for that chest there.
And finding it, I think.
Yeah, that looked like a nice opener for Patricia, and it is a good lift.
Yeah. Depending on the brand of shirt you're wearing, like the correct bar path is more like stairs, going downwards and upwards.
Yeah.
And in other shirts, it's just like straight like an arrow. So it's very interesting. It's so technical. It's hard to describe. In Germany, like some of my lifters tried this out as well in the last few months, and they're always shocked how hard it is.
We now have Katerina Milya of Ukraine, 110 kilos, currently sitting in first place in the 84 kilos.
Ukrainian lifters mostly. Oh, yeah, wow.
Just a little bit of trouble on the rack there, but she's still got plenty of time. 12 seconds to get that start command. You can hear the timer beeping down. She maintains her composure and gets the command.
Wow. That was a wild bench press.
Yeah,
2-1. Yeah, the yellow light can basically be for a lot of things. Mostly it's in bench press it's for butt lift.
yeah, it can also be for skipping a command.
So it's hard to tell what this are. We cannot see from the replay if the butt came off the bench, but she got it. 2 right lights is all you need.
We now have Victoria Kostyuk of Ukraine, 110 kilos for her opening attempt. Currently sat in third place overall and looking to stay there with Ghosh on her tail should she be able to get a bench in. And it looked pretty easy for her.
The Ukrainian lifters are a joy to watch. They are so technically sound.
Yeah, they are working so hard, and you can see that in the results on the platform. It's a good lift.
Very efficient lift, yeah.
We now have Alikaya of India. Unfortunately, she did not post a squat, so she cannot put together a total, but she can still compete and compete for individual medals. She's opening on 110 kilos.
Yeah, that's a relief that she now has a good lift in this competition. It takes a lot of mental fortitude to get back on the platform after you didn't post a squat, and she did this, and I admire that.
Yeah, and this is the only place you're going to be able to get this level of international experience, so it's well worth continuing on, even if it feels hard to do so. We now have Hailey Lupo of the United States opening on 110 kilos.
She won the sub-junior division last year at the World Championships. This year in US Nationals, she actually did not post a total. I don't know which lift it was. The last two comes, I think she just only got one bench in, so... Oh yeah, so it probably was a bench. Hopefully it's better today.
Oh, it's a bit of a fight there on her opener, but she locks it out. And let's see what the referees say. 2-1,
Yeah,
a good lift. She just gets a blue call from the side referee there. We'll be able to hopefully catch in the replay.
Yeah, maybe he saw downward movement. I don't think there was.
No, the bar can move at different speeds. One arm can go up at a time, but if the bar doesn't go down, then you're safe.
And you saw the relief in her, so bench press has been a problem this year for her.
We now have Clara Haspel of Germany opening on 115 kilos.
I talked to her coach in the break, and she was very excited about the squat. Hopefully it continues this way. It sure looks like it. She is technically also very, very sound until now. Very good lifting.
Yeah, that was really tidy and a good lift.
Handled by Daniel Hertha, also a coach at Powerlifting Würzburg. Greetings to our friends there.
We now have Julianne Sletnes of Norway opening on 130 kilos, currently leading the way in the 76s with Pontoni hot on her tail, who has the biggest bench of this entire flight of women.
And what a bench it is, yeah, but we will come to that very soon. Yeah, Juliane, as we said earlier, not only in prime position in this weight class, but also for best lifter. She has a very good shot at it. And that moved really well.
Yeah, that's a lovely opening attempt. 2-1, a good lift for Juliana. And just a yellow call from one of the side referees. I mean, probably won't be able to catch if it was a lift of sorts from this angle, but I think she looks like she was all okay there.
From this angle, I cannot see anything wrong.
We now have Tuva Liahagen of Norway, 135 kilos.
Explaining to the spotter like how she needs her lift off. That's something you always should prepare in advance, like what exactly you want to tell the lifter, because at international competitions it's always doing the spotter the lifting and not your coach or somewhere you can appoint.
Ooh.
Yeah, she got too much to the belly, like she lost the bar basically in the wrong direction.
Yeah, she struggled to get the bar down to the chest, and when she did, as you said, it was just a little bit too low, I think. She couldn't get any power from her chest or shoulders there. We now have our penultimate opening bench, which is crazy to say because the weight of it is huge. It's Lara Hinz of Germany opening on 145 kilos.
And it's so interesting because at German Nationals this year she lifted 107 kilos, and then she lifted at Europeans, she lifted 132.5, probably with a tighter shirt, and now she's opening with 145, so that is impressive.
Wow, and with some confidence as well.
Wow.
3 white lights, a good lift.
Her competition is going really well. Like she did only get one squat, and I just got the message that she injured herself 4 weeks before the competition and couldn't squat to depth, and they were super relieved. But she has now posted a PB in the squat and in the bench press only with her opener.
Yeah, really fantastic job there. Huge bench. Now we have our biggest bencher of the flight, Eleonora Pontoni of Italy, opening on 165 kilos. Now the world record in this weight class is 195. So she's a little way off that yet, but not miles. Let's see how 165 kilos goes for her.
That's a weight I had never in my hands. I had so much. Oh, and she lost it.
Yeah, unfortunately that is a no lift. I'm hoping she can come back and get that in her second. But let's have a look at that replay. I think, like you said, just lost it on that left side. Hoping she's okay after that.
Well, the replay started a little bit late for that, but yeah, you could see it. Like I think, especially on the left-hand side, maybe the elbow wasn't under the bar enough, and then she lost it.
Yeah, and she seemed to go up 5 kilos anyway to try and keep up with Sletnes, so I imagine she's confident in herself.
And it also sends a message that she's here to win.
Absolutely. We now move to our second round of bench. We have Maria Burdov of Romania, jumping 10 kilos to 100 on her second attempt.
Yeah. Well, that looked good enough. Very nice.
It's a good lift.
Have a little bit less drama this round. Only 3 lifters missed their first bench press attempt.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, as long as you're getting attempts in and building a total slowly, the lifters who take bigger risks, you know, we've seen them be knocked out of the competition before. So somebody who's nominated 5th may end up in 2nd. So you just really need to think about yourself and your own competition and build the total that you can on the day.
Yeah, we had a German 52s junior yesterday finished 2nd, and there were 2 girls ahead of her in projections, but they both didn't post a total. You just have to make sure that you get through.
Absolutely. We now have Mumita Ghosh of India. Didn't manage to get 100 kilos in her opener, is retaking the same weight now on her second. That looked worlds better for Mumita Ghosh. And it's a good lift. She has a bench on the board, and I'm wondering what went wrong in her opener for that to look so different.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a centimeter off in the wrong direction on the chest, and then everything doesn't go as planned.
We now have Anila Aus of Estonia, 100 kilos.
It's would equal her personal best. She's not competing for that long, just 1 year. I always have the feeling that this question is answered. Some lifters say it's 1 year in powerlifting, and others say I compete like 17 years, but they mean like all sports. I don't know. But it's interesting to see the replies there. To the bench. Oh, yeah. Very controlled descent. But she didn't get enough drive from the chest to get it back up.
Yeah, unfortunately that is a no lift. Hopefully she can put a bit more power in that from the chest on her third. But luckily she did get her opener in, so it's still safe moving forward to deadlifts.
Yeah, she will have another try at this weight.
We now have Jocelyn Garcia of Ecuador, jumping 10 kilos to 107.5 for her second attempt.
It's 2.5 kilos below her personal best.
She's fighting for it, and she does lock it out. Was it in one smooth movement? No, unfortunately, I was a little bit worried. And she gets called from all 3 referees for downwards movement.
Yeah, and
Yeah, a couple of times there, unfortunately.
yeah, actually. Sometimes you can let, like if it's really close, you can let one little bit downward movement slide, but like if it continues to be a problem, then you can't.
Yeah, well, of course, the official rules is as soon as you see any downwards movement, it is a no lift. We now have Katerina Mulia of Ukraine, 115 kilos.
The opener moved really well. And I think the second one is just as good. Oh, one yellow card.
Yeah, 2-1, a good lift, however, but she does get a yellow from the left-hand side referee there.
Don't know.
But it looks good to me.
Yeah, it could have been elbow depth, but that would have been a red card. So
Yeah. A yellow typically is a lift of some sort or skipping commands in bench press. We now have Patricia Slizova of Slovakia, 115 kilos.
7.5 kilo jump from her first. She is currently in 3rd place at the bench press event. 4th place in the overall competition.
That is a good lift. We now have Haley Lupo of the United States,
She
jumping 5 kilos to 115 for her second attempt.
She was really relieved when she got her first in. She got 1 blue light but 2 white lights, which is all you need. And now she tries to extend this. She currently, yeah, she should medal in the bench press probably. Yeah.
It says here that her best bench press is 142.5 kilos, but she could have been in a different weight class for that, or maybe she's going through an injury. We don't know what's going on outside of the competition. A little bit of work, but she's still fighting through it. Wow, what a fantastic effort.
But she cannot log it out. Too bad.
That
Great
must have
effort.
felt like a lifetime under the bar.
Oh yeah,
Time moves slower when you're under the bar.
that's actually true.
But a great effort, and she of course has another attempt at that, but it did look a bit like a limit lift there. We now have Clara Haspel of Germany going up 5 kilo to 120 for her second attempt.
It's her first year at the juniors. Was a sub-junior last year. So far she's gone 4 out of 4 lifts. Sitting good in second place. Just building her total.
Wow, slow and steady wins the race, and that is a nice looking second attempt. 3 white lights. Didn't break form at all during that. I can say that and be unbiased, of course, because I'm not German.
That's very nice. Very kind of you. No, but she impresses me. I mean, I obviously knew her before, and I know she's in good hands at her club, but still so nice to see.
Absolutely.
She has so much time left.
We now have Victoria Kostiak of Ukraine, 120 kilos for her second attempt. These are all absolutely huge bench presses. There are no small bench presses in this flight of women. Wow, really fantastic.
Yeah, from this angle
But unfortunately, I was a little bit worried about
Yeah.
that. I know that it was a bit choppy, but I wasn't sure from that angle whether it went down or not. Hopefully we can see clearer here. Yeah,
Yeah.
unfortunately that's pretty clear. Which means the gap is slightly closer between third and fourth now, Kostiak and Gosh. We have Ilakaya of India jumping to 122.5 kilos, a 12.5 kilo jump from her opener. And here she comes. Still plenty of time, 40 seconds left on the clock. We'll hear a beep at 30. There it is. Or can she break through that sticking point? Unfortunately, I think 12.5 kilos might have just been a bit too much of a jump from first to second there.
Yeah, I mean the shirt doesn't help much at the top, so there's only a limited amount of time you can try to push through, as you can see here in the replay.
Yeah, it's always a little harder to tell in equipped off the chest whether it's a technical issue or a strength issue, but as you said, when you get closer to lockout, it's usually going to be strength. We now have Tuva Liahagen of Norway, missed 135 on her opener, is taking it again now and is a big contender in the 84 plus, so needs to get this to continue in the competition. Oh, and that was miles better. Wow.
Yeah.
And that's a good lift. She's back in the competition and still has another bench press where she can add some more kilos.
Yeah, she might have to take a bigger jump to stay in touch with Lara, because she's currently 20 kilos behind projected.
It's true, but we don't know if Lara is going to get her next lift.
Yeah, you're right.
Or the one after. So it's better just to build the total that you have bit by bit, and less is right at the end, and maybe the risk is worth it. But we're only on second benches right now.
So they jumped 10 kilos, so
yeah, seems like
you can hardly tell if that is an aggressive jump or the planned jump, so
absolutely.
We will see.
We now have Juliana Sletnes of Norway, 137.5 kilos.
That's some really great lifting here.
Yeah, a good lift and a really nice second attempt.
And she is doing exactly what you were just describing. She's just building the total. Don't take huge jumps, but just things she knows she can manage.
Yeah, and it's working really well for her. Slowly but surely, she's pulling away in front of the rest. And of course, without Ponatoni having lifted yet, it leaves the door open. We now have Lara Hinz of Germany taking 150 kilos for her second attempt. As you mentioned, her first bench was a huge PB.
I'm really curious to see what happens here. I mean, she also gained a little bit of weight from the European Championships, so that probably helps as well. Did she save it? Wow.
She locks it out. Was there any downwards movement is my question.
2-1.
Yeah, two referees don't think so, and that's all she needs. She did get one call for downwards movement. Let's see from here. We get a better angle. And I'm not sure if there was, actually.
I mean, that's what I meant earlier. Like, sometimes it's so hard to tell if it's actually just stopped.
And sometimes when it moves back or side to side, it can look like downwards movement, but...
And in doubt for the lifter. That's
absolutely.
the rule.
We now have Eleonora Pontoni of Italy. Missed 165 on her opener. Has jumped 5 kilos anyway to 170. It can be a pretty big risk, and I'm hoping it pays off for her, because we want to see competitors win for the right reason, and we want her to stay in the competition.
Yeah, the first attempt didn't... Something went wrong there. This looks better.
Oh, she's still fighting it, and can she lock it out?
Oh, I don't think so.
I'm not sure if she got there. Yeah, unfortunately she gets 2 yellows and a blue.
So now she's in trouble. Wow.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if moving up paid off for her. I mean, she definitely looked better moving towards the chest, but, you know, the trade-off for that is coming up off the chest.
There's always a trade-off, you know, like there's no free lunch.
There's nothing free in life. Absolutely. And we move straight through now to the third attempts. And kicking us off, we have Anela Aus of Estonia with 100 kilos. Missed it on her second, is retaking it now. That looks a little better from here.
Yeah, I think so too.
And 2-1, a good lift. Just a yellow from the right-hand side referee. See if we can catch that on the replay. No worries at all. The jury don't seem fussed about it, which means it's a good lift, and she gets that on her third attempt. And with Pontoni not yet having a bench press in, it might move her into silver. But hopefully Pontoni can. We now have Mamita Ghosh of India. Missed 100 in her opener, came back and got it on her second, and has now jumped 5 kilos to her third, which is probably the sensible decision.
Yeah, I agree. She needs to build the total if she wants to have any chance in attacking third place. Yeah, she touched the rack, but that didn't help at all, so I think that was a good lift. Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was a good lift, 3 white light. And yeah, often when a lifter clips the rack, especially if it's, you know, a limit lift and it's a lot of weight, it can very quickly bounce back down at them. So it can be a big problem, but she did a great job of maintaining that. We now have Jocelyn Garcia of Ecuador retaking 107.5 kilos, which she just missed on her second.
Yeah, see, she is projected in third place, a little bit in no man's land, like it's hard to attack the top, but she's safe, probably safe. But I mean, that's 10 kilos, you just don't want to waste these 10 kilos. Opener looked really, really good, so. And there's just
struggling at the last part there, and she does lock it out, but I'm wondering if there was any sort of butt lift there, because I saw the hips shake. No, but there was downwards movement, unfortunately.
Oh, that's so tough for her. That's really, she fought so hard.
It's minuscule, if anything.
Yeah, it's minuscule.
But unfortunately, I think there was some on the left-hand side, because the jury don't seem to be discussing it whatsoever. We now have 110 kilos for Maria Badov of Romania.
Yeah, she is jumping another 10 kilos from a second, and this would be a 10 kilogram personal best, which after 3 years of competing is quite enormous, actually.
Oh, wow, quick onto the chest. Yeah, unfortunately that just...
She just went for it, you know, like I think there was no real plan, like I want this, and I will...
Down it goes.
Down it goes.
Yeah.
And I admire that. I think that was good.
I'm surprised her shirt let her drop that so quickly, honestly.
Yeah, that's another question, you're right.
A lot going on there, but unfortunately not a good lift. Today we now have Haley Lupo of the United States retaking 115 kilos after missing it on her second. Can she come back now and get this?
Yeah, as you said before, like her PB is much above that, so there must be something going on injury-wise or whatever. Still, 5 kilos are 5 kilos, so.
Wow. It looks better from here, and I'm hoping the referees agree.
Oh, wow.
Unfortunately, she gets called from elbow depth from the front, and I think butt lift there from the sides.
Well, if you have...
Yeah, it's just high on elbow depth, which is actually the first elbow depth call that I've seen I think so far here in the equipped.
No, Emily Fernand yesterday got one elbow call on the right-hand side.
Second, sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, like when you have yellow cards on the left and the right, then it's probably butt lift
Yeah,
as well.
that's what you usually see with that. We now have Katerina Mulia of Ukraine, 120 kilos for her third and final attempt. She's now got a 17.5 kilo lead should she get this overall. Wow.
Great lifting.
She has just blown me away today, but unfortunately she gets 2 to 1. She gets yellows from either side, and as we just said with the previous lifter, that usually means that there's some sort of butt lift. We can't see from this angle, unfortunately,
Well,
but we can see the hips move around a little bit.
yeah, you can like suspect this, let's say it.
You can see the coach talking to the jury, but I think to no avail. We now have Patricia Slizova of Slovakia, 120 kilos for her third and final attempt, and this will move her into bench press silver, should she get this, ahead of Milia. Not quite there today, unfortunately, but she still walks away with bench press bronze.
I think that was just too heavy. I don't think she made any particular mistake there.
Yeah.
And what you were saying about the elbow calls, like I think lifters just adapted, you know, like you can just see this. It's a new rule and you find ways around it. Nothing really to add, like.
Yeah, in the classic you often see people now wearing slightly baggier t-shirts to help help with that. We have 122.5 kilos for Clara Haspel of Germany.
So they really played it safe. That would equal her PB. Yeah, the second one looked really heavy already. Well, that's not so much.
And that's a good lift.
Building the total 6 from 6 and sitting nicely in second place currently.
Yeah, and that closes the gap between her and Milia and also gives her bench gold.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. But that was secured before. Doesn't matter. Congratulations on a nice series.
We now have Elakea from India, missed 122.5 kilos on her second. It just looked a little bit too heavy, but I'm hoping that maybe it wasn't, as she's reattempting it now on her third.
Six bench presses remaining. And
oh, she does fight it up better than last time. Wow.
Wow, yes. That impressed me. I also thought it might just be strength, but did she everything according to the rule book? No!
Unfortunately, she gets a call for downwards movement from the center referee and a yellow from the side referee. It doesn't look like it moves down to me, and her elbows are definitely locked.
Yeah, I'm wondering about this one. Don't know.
In any case, we'll keep our eyes on that, but for now we have Victoria Kostiuk of Ukraine, missed 120 on her second, has gone up 5 kilos to her third to 125. Now this will put her into bench press bronze, should she get this, ahead of the Indian lifter. Oh, she is frozen.
She just cannot lock it out. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's no bench press medal for her, but she still sits in third place overall. But it's going to be close between her and Gosh, as they have the same predicted total going into deadlifts. We have just 4 bench presses left before we'll go into a short break, heading into deadlifts. First, we have Juliana Sletnes of Norway, 142.5 kilos for her third and final attempt. She already has bench press gold and will keep it if Pontoni does not get her third lift in. And just as before, she's done so well to build steadily and slowly. It's a good lift, and she is doing a fantastic job building that total and making herself almost impossible to catch.
It seems like it. Even if Pontoni gets the third bench press, she is way behind right now.
Yeah, especially with Sletnes having the bigger deadlift, it will be challenging. Not impossible, but challenging, of course. We have Tuva Liahagen of Norway jumping 10 kilos to 145 for her third and final attempt.
It's a super crucial lift for her to stay at the heels of Lara. And she doesn't seem phased by the pressure.
No, not at all. 3 white lights, a good lift, and I think a good job not taking a risk there because, as you said, she is nipping at Lara's heels and is going to want to stay there heading into deadlifts.
Yeah, so now Lara is coming up. She's like, if she gets this, then she is 15, like projected 15 kilos clear, and currently she is 2.5 kilos behind at the actual standings. Anyway, that's a lot of words to say. This is also an important lift.
No, you're absolutely right. This is going to count for a lot, and she's going to need this to make herself an easier job in deadlifts. And she's fighting through it. She does look it out.
Wow.
And I think a perfect call from her and her coaches.
You go to the world stage and you PB for 22.5 kilograms.
It's not bad, is it?
And the PB was in May. It's not like this was 3 years ago.
Incredible. You see that from sub-juniors a lot, but less often from the older juniors.
I mean, she gained some weight.
The jury has overruled it. That is such a shame. Lara Hin's last bench has been overruled, which means that the gap is so much tighter between her and Liahagen. But now, more importantly, we have Eleonora Pontoni of Italy. Does not have a bench press in yet. Missed 165 in her opener. Went up 5 kilos. Missed it again. And we've seen weirder things happen. So hopefully, attempting 170 now. And she gets it.
Wow.
Let's wait to see what the referees say.
Please.
She's back in the competition.
What nerves on this lady.
Kept calm and composed, and it paid off. She comes back into the competition, shoots straight back into second place, and it's a bigger gap between her and Sletnes, but not impossible.
Not impossible. Wow.
Yeah, wow indeed. That concludes our bench press for you there. We'll be heading into a short 10-minute break before we see how everything unfolds in deadlifts. Don't go anywhere. We will see you then.
The deadlift is the last movement of the powerlifting competition. On that movement, the lifter's whole body is used and put to the test. The athlete approaches the bar once the central referee calls bar loaded. He then has 1 minute
to start the lift.
In the conventional or sumo position, the athlete has to pull the barbell until his shoulders, hips, and knees are fully locked. Once that position is assumed by the lifter, the central referee will give the down command. The bar has to be lowered to the ground without the lifter being allowed to drop it until it touches the floor, which completes the lift. At the end of deadlift, the powerlifting total is made, which determines the winner and final placings. There are 4 main mistakes to avoid. First, not locking your shoulders, hips, or knees at the end of the movement. Second, not completing the lift with a single upward bar movement. Third, completing the lift hitching at the legs in order to allow you to do so. Fourth, dropping the bar after the central referee down command.
Hello and welcome back to the 2023 IPF World Classic and Equipped Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships. We are now heading into the deadlifts for the 76, 84 and 84 plus kilo Sub-Junior and Junior women. It will be made up of 2 flights. The first flight is the Sub-Junior women of all weight categories, followed by the second. Here you can see on screen what's been going on as we head into deadlifts with the Sub-Junior women. I'm Emilia Potter, joined here today by Hendrik Becker.
Hello everyone. This is gonna be exciting because we have some very, very close battles coming ahead.
Yeah, it is really tight in the 84s especially.
Yeah, they're just separated by 2.5 kilos right now.
Kicking us off, we have Justyna Pietrzykowska of Poland, opening on 100 kilos, and I believe she's dropped this by 30 kilos.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It was 130 before. So she was here for the bench press. I think we can agree to that.
Yeah, I think she probably just wants to secure that bench medal and her total.
Still a very good performance.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, 120 bench press as a sub-junior.
A fantastic effort. I'm just waiting for one of the side referees there, but I can't imagine anything is wrong with that lift. It looked excellent. Yep, and it is a good lift. We move on now to Virginia Mirza of Romania, 122.5 kilos.
Oh, yeah. Very easy, but then she had this shift at the top where she lost balance a little bit, which is very unfortunate. It happens a lot in sumo lifting, and especially in sumo lifting with a suit on.
Yeah, it's very easy to lose balance. As you can see, she tips forwards and relocks, and unfortunately that counts as downwards movement, but the strength is there and something she can come back and get on her second. We now move on to Annika Marie of South Africa, 125 kilos.
She also had this a little bit, but I don't think it was it was within reason, like the bar didn't move downwards, so it was fine. She is sitting in 3rd place, and probably, that's basically where she will end up as well.
Yeah, and sometimes the issue can be that there's actually not enough weight on the bar, so you get a bit of a speed wobble at the top. We now have Ivana Holinai of Ukraine.
My favorite lifter in the sub-junior category today.
Yeah.
Like, not before, but now when I see her, I think she's great.
135 kilos, a really tidy lifter, and her deadlift doesn't look any different.
Yeah, you're completely right.
A really nice...
Great lifting.
Yeah.
I think we will see a lot of more from her in the future.
Yeah, and that is a good lift. And she's been competing since she was 11, and she's only 16 years old. So a lot of experience. I'm sure she'll just keep adding on to it. We now have Vanessa Shavira of the United States. Her current personal best deadlift is 150 kilos. And she's opening here on 137.5 kilos.
And she's lifting conventional, actually. That's not something you see that often in equipped lifting, because the suit just helps more normally with sumo stance.
That is a good lift. And just for those of you at home who are maybe newer to powerlifting, conventional is when your feet are closer together and you can see her hands are on the outside of her legs. And sumo will be when the foot and leg stance are wider and your hands are on the inside, which I'm sure we'll see very soon. As you mentioned, it's more common in equipped.
And it's also more common in women, actually.
Yeah. We now have Sheikh Shabina of India opening on 140 kilos and giving us an example of sumo here. And it's a good lift.
The range of motion in sumo is a little bit shorter than conventional normally, but the trade-off is basically that it is just way more technical lift than conventional. That's the very, very high-level difference why competitors choose their specific stance.
We now have Dej Love of 150 kilos. Opening on 150 kilos, 15 kilos below her current best. Had a huge 220 kilo squat, 132.5 kilo bench. And this will secure her total.
Very easy opener.
And a good lift. I'm not sure if I've seen her work that hard today. She's been lifting so well that everything has looked below max for her.
Yeah, either that or it could also be that she's just a fast lifter and as soon as the bar slows down, she just cannot do anything anymore.
Absolutely.
You see this a lot in weightlifters.
We have Shengxi Su of Chinese Taipei now, our 14-year-old lifter, our youngest of the competition, opening on a very impressive 150 kilos.
Yeah.
Making easy work of it.
In the sumo stance, for heavier lifters, it can be hard to lock out the weight at the top, and you see the red card we got here is also exactly for that, like locked out knees and hips and shoulders backwards.
Yeah, so if you saw the promo video before with Panna, it shows that your shoulders, knees and hips all need to be locked out to be able to successfully complete the deadlift. It's also important to remember as well that securing this first deadlift for most of these women doesn't just mean getting a deadlift in, it means securing your total. And there we have Rida Lorina Visiota of Lithuania with 157.5 kilos. So fast, her name was longer than the lift.
Yeah, well. But like we saw, again, a conventional deadlift, which is really unusual. And I think she lifts raw, right? She didn't have a deadlift suit on, I think.
We now have Mackenzie Wells of the United States, 157.5 kilos.
That was a good opener. Will put her, if she gets the white lights, which I have no doubt, puts her in second place currently and within striking distance for the gold.
We have now her teammate Michaela Forsyth of the United States opening on 160 kilos. It looks like it'll be a two American lifter podium in the end by the looks of these two. A tiny bit of a speed wobble at the top there, and
Yeah, I think maybe the shoulders weren't locked out because of that. And like you have one for the wobble and the other one for the shoulders actually. So
yeah, we can see that again here in the replay. So really quick off the ground, locks it out, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, well, doesn't lock it out, but
I think if that hadn't happened, like the right shoulder would have been more back. So and yeah, it's very unfortunate.
the strength is clearly there, and hopefully something she can fix going into her second. We now have Xin Wei Gu of Chinese Taipei, 165 kilos for her opening attempt, our heaviest opener of the flight. And moved it extremely well. 2-1, a good lift. Just a blue from one of the side referees there.
But it's just a struggle for heavier lifters, unfortunately. Like you can see, the strength is no problem. The wobble there is just because she has to get past her quads.
Yeah, and of course a good example of that is at the classic open worlds that's just happened. Benika Brown obviously bombing out on deadlifts. So we know that it's a real possibility. And the jury has overruled, it seems, that last lift for Gu to a good lift. Oh no, it was a good lift.
It was a good lift. It was
I think that's just an error on the screen there. Oh, to a no lift, I'm sorry, for Gu.
Yeah, we're already at the second round. Like, this was so quick.
Deadlifts are moving quickly. That was Justina Pietrzykowska of Poland, 120 kilos. So opened very light. She moved her opener down from 130, and I think perhaps just tracking her warm-ups, maybe they were moving a little slower than usual. But as I mentioned before, Gu's lift has been overturned to a no lift. And another lifter here, Virginia Mirza, yet to get a deadlift on. And that looked a lot better than her opener. No wobble at the top there.
Yeah, when in doubt, just lean back in the deadlift, then it looks very good.
Yeah, it's a good lift. The difficult thing with leaning back too far sometimes, though, is it means that your knees don't end up locking out. So there's some other trade-offs. Like we said, nothing is free.
You're exactly right.
We now have Annika Marie, South Africa, 135 kilos.
One additional part to note about equipped deadlifting is that the suit actually helps way less in comparison to the squat suit and the bench shirt. So the numbers are normally much closer to what they can do raw. And this lift actually just seemed too heavy for...
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there because she jumped 10 kilos, which is pretty reasonable in deadlifts, but she seems glued to the floor with that. And it'll be interesting to see if she comes back out to give it another go. We have Vanessa Shavir of the United States, now 145 kilos for her second attempt. This is just 5 kilos below her best.
Yeah, she lifted very, very rounded back, and then that often leads to that like the speed of the floor is really great, but then you have to lock out your back, and at the top it's very, very hard, but 2-1.
Yeah, she got a red for insufficient lockout, but did a great job to pull that up. And with conventional, typically it's quite fast off the ground, then harder at lockout. And as you said, even more than that, it's less common in equipped lifting. We now have Ivana Holinai of Ukraine, 147.5 kilos.
She's already sitting pretty secure in first place, and that would actually seal the deal, I believe. Then she cannot be caught reasonably.
Yeah, and just like all her other lifts today, so tidy and efficient. And without a shadow of a doubt, that is a good lift.
Amazing performance, really.
We now have Sheikh Shabina of India, 150 kilos for her second attempt.
Currently sitting in third place. This deadlift will not change that. Very tidy deadlift, very nice.
Yeah, there's a good lift with a good amount left into the tank, heading into thirds. We now move on to our next lifter, which is Dej Love of the United States, jumping 12.5 kilos to 162.5 for her second attempt.
Yeah, maybe she heard you and said, because you said she doesn't really work hard today, and they said, meh, 12
She definitely
kilos.
works hard.
Yeah, okay.
We've not seen her sweat, I think, is a better way to say it.
That's basically just my English that was on its limit. I wanted to say something else, but
That's fine. So 162.5 kilos for Dej Love.
well, that's just strong.
And maybe she didn't hear me, because 3 white lights and that was easy as pie. A lovely second attempt there from Love. And I'm excited to see what she'll pull for her third.
Maybe just 3 reds, 175, that would be lovely.
Yeah, I could see that happening. We have Shengxi Su of Chinese Taipei now, also jumping from 150 to 162.5 kilos in her second attempt. Perhaps looking to fight Love for that deadlift gold.
Yeah, she's leaning back a lot, but her knees are maybe not locked completely. I don't know. Yeah, it's basically exactly the scenario you described before, unfortunately.
Yeah, so as you mentioned there, if you lean too far back with your body, it is a big struggle to lock out your knees sometimes in sumo, and you can't even really feel it, which is the hard part. So making sure you're locking yourself out rather than just giving yourself the illusion of that by pulling back.
I had this conversation with quite a few lifters in the recent past that say, like, if someone would have told me just to lock my knees, I would have done it because you don't feel it.
Yeah, absolutely. We now have Sin Wei Gu of Chinese Taipei, yet to get a deadlift in on the board. Missed 165 in her opener and is looking to retake it now on her second. Needs to convince all 3 referees. It got overturned to a no lift last time, and she did. 3 white lights. The jury cannot touch it.
Her lifting looks exactly like Jezza's. I don't know Jezza's last name, but he's a former heavyweight champion, the men's division. That was very good. So she's on the board.
We now have our second lifter who hasn't yet got a deadlift on the board. Michaela Forsyth of the United States missed 160 in her opener, jumped 5 kilos to 165, hoping to get it now on her second. Did not look like a strength issue.
No, it certainly didn't. But her shoulders are so far forward. I don't believe.
I think that looked better. Yeah. Sometimes with lifters who have bigger shoulders, from the front it can look like they're not locked out, but we'll get a better angle of it here.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. I also have to say that I'm very, like, shoulders are my pet peeve for deadlifts, so I always call them when I'm a referee. Sorry for everyone out there, but yeah, but that was fine. Like, the replay proved me wrong, definitely.
We have Red Light Hendrik over here.
Well,
we have Reda Lorina Viziota of Lithuania, 167.5 kilos.
and I think she is still lifting raw.
Yeah, looks like it.
Very nice conventional deadlift. And as we said, like the squat, the deadlift suit doesn't add that much compared to the other lifts.
Yeah, I think the benefit mostly comes there, like you said, with squats and with bench. It's the least amount of gear, I suppose.
Yeah, there's as always some exceptions who can get like 30, 40 kilo out of a suit, but they are rare. Like Katarina Bach from Norway or Denmark, I don't know. It's one example. She gets a lot of the suit.
We now have Mackenzie Wells of the United States. Our final second attempt of this flight before moving through to final attempt. 167.5 kilos.
And that is important because it moves her in first place if she gets this.
Yeah, really strong looking second there from Mackenzie, and a good lift.
Yeah, the 84 kilogram battle is the best one, without a doubt. They're separated by 2.5 kilograms.
Yeah,
after
it's
the
definitely the
second round.
closest for sure. We move straight through now to the third attempts, and you can see where that is leaving us with 2 lifters yet to get a deadlift on the board. Sorry, 2 lifters unable to post a total in the sub-juniors. We have Justyna Pietrzykowska, Poland, 130 kilos. Manages to lock it out, and remember, this was her planned opener, so I think a smart move to take that down a little bit.
She gets the lift, and if she wouldn't have, then she would have ended with 120, 120, 120 in all 3 lifts. But so the symmetry is ruined. But congrats to her. That was a good lift, and she takes home gold in the bench press event.
We now have Annika Marie of South Africa, missed 135 on her second, and is looking to get it now on her third and final attempt to finish the day off strong, already walking away with the bronze medal.
In the 76s for sub-juniors, and yeah, sub-juniors medals are basically decided right now. Annika is in third. But
Again, another lifter who doesn't look like she's in a deadlift suit either.
no, she isn't.
Wow, she's broken the ground and she's still pulling. What a fantastic last deadlift there
Yeah,
for Annika.
what a grind. That was great.
And that is a good lift. Gosh, if you asked me 3 seconds into that lift whether she was going to get it or not, I wouldn't be so confident. But she continued pulling. And she did it raw. What a fantastic way to end the day for her. Now, we've got Virginia Mirza of Romania. Missed 122 on her opener. Got it on her second attempt. Has now jumped 27.5 kilos to her third attempt of 150.
Yeah, she's attacking the deadlift bronze with this.
Yeah, this will put her into bronze for the time being, should she get this, but she seems stuck right there. And yeah, I think unfortunately, even if she was to pull it through, it would have been to no avail as she began to start using her legs there under the bar.
But you have to try. I mean,
Gosh, it was a great try.
yeah, it was really close.
150 kilos remains in the bar now for Vanessa Shavira of the United States. And this will pull her into deadlift gold in the 76s for the time being, with Holinay of Ukraine to follow. She's already walking away with silver overall. Can she take gold in deadlifts?
The last deadlift was really hard at the top.
Can she look it out? She's stuck. I think that might unfortunately have not been locked out.
No, I don't. Yeah,
She got one of each color.
yeah. So take your pick. Well, it was a good effort, and she had to do that.
Yeah, unfortunately she got a blue, a yellow, and a red.
She's walking away with a silver in total in the 76 category.
Absolutely. And we've had an attempt change come in now.
Yeah, that must be the 84s.
No, we've had Ivana Holinay of Ukraine change to 157.5 kilos. She's gone up. Now she can't lose deadlift gold, and she's pretty secure in gold overall anyway. She's going up, I imagine, for her own 10 kilo personal best. There's nothing to lose here by doing it. It'll give her 447.5 kilo total. And a fantastic finish to the day. And she's looked strong all day. If anyone can do it, I think perhaps that she can.
Only 16 years old, working away with the World Championship.
Wow, still so tidy all the way through to the end.
That looked good to me. Yeah, 3 white lights. Congratulations. What an amazing performance.
And that is a good lift. Just a quick note for those listening there. Session this evening will be delayed from 6 to 6:30. I'll mention this again at the end of this session as well. First up, we have Dage Love of the United States. 170 kilos. 62.5 absolutely flew, so I can't imagine 7.5 kilos will do too much. All will be revealed in the next few seconds.
She is ahead 22.5 kilograms ahead of second place, so probably that is to make it absolutely secure, although it already feels like it.
Yeah, this will also pull her into deadlift gold.
Yeah, that is a very tidy lift.
And like the rest of her lifts today, they have looked easy. And it is a good lift, a huge scream of support from the crowd and a smile as she walks off.
Great performance from her.
I cannot wait to see what she's going to do when she starts moving towards her limit, because she was not there today.
You're absolutely right.
We now have Sheng Si-Su of Chinese Taipei. Missed 162.5 on her last attempt, has jumped to 170 kilos for her final attempt, and this will pull her into deadlift gold in the 84 plus for the time being.
And she locked her knees.
Yeah, that looked better than before. Are the referees
Yeah.
happy? They are. 3 white lights, a good lift, and she moves into deadlift gold for the time being, with Forsyth and Gu to follow.
And now we're moving to the medal race, the title race in the 84s.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. And first up of them, we have Reda Lorena Visiota of Lithuania, 175 kilos. This is a big milestone for many lifters. 3 red plates aside.
She's 2.5 kilos behind Wells, Mackenzie, but she is also heavier than her.
Yeah, so she'll need to be 2.5 kilos ahead of Wells. So perhaps banking on Wells, maybe not getting her next deadlift. Wow, she is pulling through.
Wow.
She's not stopped yet. Oh,
She cannot do it.
yeah, unfortunately not there today, but you can't say that she didn't give everything to that final deadlift. And now that confirms Wells in gold, but we still are unsure who will be in silver and who will be in bronze. We'll have to wait and see. But first we have Mackenzie Wells of the United States, 175 kilos. Already walking away your 84 kilo sub-junior world champion.
That's the winner's lap for her. She's already secured. Now she can show what else she can do.
She locks it out.
She leaves no doubt that she was the strongest in this weight class today.
Yeah, a well-deserved win.
This will be white lights.
I would be, 2-1, a good lift. I would have been surprised if it wasn't.
Yeah, I didn't see anything wrong with that, to be honest. Yeah, well, 2 white lights is all you need.
Yeah, and she is your 84 kilo champion, and it was a well-deserved win. We have Sinwei Gu of Chinese Taipei now, taking also 175 kilos for her final attempt. This will move her to deadlift gold for the time being, but more importantly into silver in the 84 plus kilo category for the time being. Well, it was easy enough to get up. What do the referees have to say? Here's a good lift, 3 white lights, and she moves into deadlift gold and silver overall, with only Michaela Forsyth who can take that away from her. And speaking of which, here she comes. We have Michaela Forsyth of the United States, 175 kilos for deadlift gold and for overall silver, to stand next to her teammate Love on the podium.
I think that is in her reach. Right, she opened with 160.
And it's moving. Can she lock it out? The screams of her supporters are helping her, but was it locked out enough? Unfortunately not. 2-1, a no lift. But she still walks away with the bronze medal overall. And so we'll be joining Love on the podium, just a step down, unfortunately. But a great day from Forsyth nonetheless. We have our final deadlift of this flight before moving straight through to the next flight of women, and it's Sheikh Shabina of India, 177.5 kilos. It's a 27.5 kilo jump, and unfortunately, it probably felt like it as well.
She attacked the silver. She was secured in bronze. So it's a world championship. What else are you going to do?
Yeah, it was a bit of a Hail Mary. She wasn't losing position, so she went out and she thought, I might as well try it. And we can see, as we head into the junior women, what we have to deal with as we move forward. There will be more battles as we move into this. As many as there were last time. It's going to be an exciting round.
Oh, I'm very looking forward to it. But it's so quick. Unbelievable deadlifts. You cannot focus on anything.
We have Hailey Looper of the United States opening on 130 kilos.
She's lifting without a belt. It's also relatively rare. Good opener, if you ask me, but nobody does. Yeah, 3 white lights.
Is it good lift? I ask. I want to know what you think.
Thank you so much, India.
We now have our next opening attempt from Patricia Slizova of Slovakia, 135 kilos.
Yeah, she's currently in 4th place overall. But it doesn't seem like she can realistically attack the top 3, so it's maybe more like for deadlift.
Wow, that was a quick opener from Patricia.
It's really good, yeah.
And a good lift, no doubt about that. Even in slow motion, it looks fast. We now have Elakea of India, 150 kilos. Unfortunately, can't post a total, as she did not manage to get a squat in, but it's great to see her continuing on in the competition.
That was very, very quick. Good start.
And a
3
good
white lights.
lift.
So Eleonora,
We now have Eleonora Pontoni of Italy, 150 kilos. Just managed to get that bench on the last one.
Yeah.
Missed the first 2.
and she dropped her opener in the deadlift by 10 kilos. It was initially 160, and this could be 2 reasons. First, like she doesn't feel it like today, or the second one is she wants to go for a Hail Mary in her 3rd to catch slackness, and then she just needs all the strength that she can conserve.
Yeah, and I think after bench, she doesn't want to take any risks with the opener. She just wants to get something on the board and secure the total.
No one gets a medal for a good opener.
Absolutely. And I think with that, she probably has secured that total. 2-1, a good lift. Just a call from the left side referee for insufficient lockout, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was soft knees, like that's what I saw. I
Looks
think
better
it's
from
fine.
that side, actually.
Yeah.
We now have Clara Hasper of Germany, 155 kilos. Currently sitting in 2nd overall in the 84s.
Yeah, pretty secure odds as well, like the top is probably gone. 10 kilo below her personal best. And that's very nice, like starting with the hips very low, getting a lot of out of her quads from the bottom, and finishing strong at the top. Really low hips.
We now have Victoria Kostyuk of Ukraine, 155 kilos. Currently sat in 4th place overall, but only 2.5 kilos below Gosh, who is sat in 3rd. So there'll be a fight for the podium between them, I think. It was a nice, clean-looking opener from Victoria. And 3 white lights, the Ukrainian team giving us a masterclass in lifting this afternoon.
That is very, very true. It's just a great culture of equipped lifting in Ukraine, and you can see it with nearly all of the lifters.
We have now Maria Berdaf of Romania, 157.5 kilos.
Yeah, currently sitting in 5th place.
Yeah, and another lifter choosing to deadlift without a belt on as well.
And the suit also doesn't look really tight, I think. So she has room to improve, like the use of the equipment, I believe.
Yeah, it's a good lift, and she's secured herself a total. We have now Anila Aus of Estonia, 160 kilos for her opening attempt. She's pretty secure in that bronze position. She just needs to secure her total. She could definitely also fight for a deadlift medal in the 76ers. Ooh, but unfortunately, just tipped forwards at the top there. She locked out, and as you can see, went forward onto her tiptoes, and her body followed suit.
Yeah, that was definitely not a strength issue, that was just balance. The bar was so quick at the top. So she has to fight for her medal one more time.
Yeah, absolutely. But she has 2 more attempts at that to secure the total. We have Tuva Lierhagen of Norway, 177.5 kilos.
She is sitting in 2nd place. No, she's sitting in 1st place currently. But after, like, she's opening 12.5 kilos lighter than Lara. But Lara has to make her lift first, and this looked like a very, very good opener.
Yeah, 3 white lights.
So this is, I think, the most intense battle from just the looks of it right now in the 84 plus between Lara and Tova.
We have now Mumita Ghosh of India, 177.5 kilos. And it'll be a tight battle between her and Kostyuk of Ukraine for that bronze position overall in the 84 plus. Just brushing the bar down. It'll be done routinely after every deadlift in the third round, but can be asked to be done at any point by the lifters or their coaches.
Yeah, I always do that. I ask for before every deadlift for my lifters. That is, if she makes this lift, it's a very good attempt selection, because then she will be 2.5 kilos before her opponent.
Yeah, and it was super easy for her.
So basically, now she will just mirror what her opponent is doing and just stay in front, and then have it in her own hands for the 3rd deadlift.
Yeah, she's looking really strong as well. Really interesting stance, because it's not sumo, but it's not quite conventional. It's a bit of a hybrid there. We have Jocelyn Garcia of Ecuador now, 180 kilos for her opening attempt.
That was a little bit of work, but maybe the bar got a little bit forward, I think, but it was fine. It was a very good lift anyway.
Yeah, nice looking opener there. And she's secured her total. Now this is going to be a really important lift for Juliana Sletnes of Norway. Securing her total is going to give her the best start to, getting that win. Obviously she has 3 attempts at 180, but if she gets it on her first, she's giving herself a really good opportunity of getting away from Pontoni.
She lifted 207.5 in competition before, but
oh dear.
Ow, I think there was a downward movement.
Yeah, and I think she looks quite frustrated after that. There was. So hopefully she can come back on a second and get that. And as I said, getting that could secure her win, but now the gap is being closed between her and Pontoni again. It's going a bit back and forth between the two of them.
I did not expect this to happen. That is really interesting.
So now we have Katerina Mulia of Ukraine opening on 190 kilos.
Yeah, if she lifts that should basically secure the gold medal already.
Yeah, tidy looking opener, as
Three
we
white-
have come to expect from the Ukrainian lifters.
3 white lights, very, very clean lifting. Not super easy at the top, but still very, very good.
We now have our final opener of this flight of women, and it's Lara Hinz of Germany, 190 kilos. She is still within grasping distance of the gold overall, should she get this.
That was easy.
It was, and it is a good lift. 3 white light. She moves back into first overall ahead of Leah Hagen.
Leah Hagen has increased 17.5 kilos, so this will be so close. I don't know if we get the standings after this round, but
Yeah, we are going to have to see a battle towards the end there. Leah Hagen is now 7.5 kilos ahead of Hinz, but we are yet to see what Hinz is putting in for her second, so that'll probably change on projected in a second.
well,
We now have Hayley Lupo of the United States, 140 kilos. Yeah, and Hinz has put in for 200 kilos, which will put her 2.5 kilos ahead of Leah Hagen again.
yeah, that's how you do it. She has lifted this row before. But now Haley, 10 kilo jump. It's just not her day, right? I mean,
Yeah, unfortunately the opener did look a little bit tricky for her as well, so maybe 10 kilos was a bit of an ambitious jump.
well, it was for the 400 total, so
Yeah, and she's got another try of it on her third. So no shame in coming out and trying it again. We now have Patricia Slizova of Slovakia jumping 15 kilos to 150 for her second attempt. Wow, and did not slow her down whatsoever. And it is a good lift.
yeah, I think from Pontoni, like, the opener was super easy. It's now coming up. Now she's jumping 10 kilos. And I think that confirms my theory that she just wants to conserve strength for her third deadlift, whatever she might need then. And since Sletner's slipped up a bit.
And of course she doesn't have the advantage of pulling first, but Sletner's is yet to get a deadlift in, so Eleonora Pontoni, now with 160 kilos, is just going to want to build that total slowly, as we keep saying. Just deadlift what you can, worry about yourself. And it seems like that's what she's doing. A nice sensible second attempt there, it looked good, and 3 white lights, a good lift.
So excited.
Yeah, I mean, she's closing that gap, but should Sletner's get the next lift, she still pulls herself back into first, so it's really exciting, and it will be towards the end. We now have Anela Aus of Estonia, missed 160 kilos on her opener, I believe just tipped forwards, retaking it now on her second, and hopefully can just maintain that lockout position at the top and keep balance. And that is a good lift. She has a deadlift on the board and she's secured herself a total. And that moves her back into bronze position overall.
Only Sletner has yet to put a total in the deadlift.
We now have Elakea of India jumping 15 kilos to 165 for her second attempt.
That was quick, wow.
Yeah, wow, and you Wouldn't have any idea that she added 15 kilos there. It moved so quickly. It's a good lift as well. We now have Clara Haspel of Germany, 167.5 kilos.
Yeah, she's jumping 12.5 kilos, and for a 2.5 kilo PB. She's walking away because the bar needs to get cleaned first.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she can catch Mulia. She is about 30 kilos behind, but she's pretty secure in silver, and this will just continue to secure that for her.
Like, knowing the team where she is working with in Germany, I would think that they plan to do Hail Mary in the third and just secure the PB on the second. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case, even though...
Yeah, and she's looking super strong.
I don't think they can catch her, but I think they're gonna try, maybe. I can see that. Anyway, big PR for her.
Yeah, and a good lift. I mean, we've seen crazier things happen. If Mulia was to miss her next two and Haspel was to jump 20, then she would be able to.
It's a long shot.
It's a long shot. But in one parallel universe, we have Maria Burdoff now, Romania, 167.5 kilos. And a good lift.
Just look at your hands after you after you got the lights, not before. Like, it's not. Leave no doubt. Just sell it.
Yeah.
But there wasn't anything to sell. It was a great lift. So.
Yeah, it was a fantastic lift. I do enjoy when lifters look at their hands after they failed a lift. Like, why have you done this to me?
Yeah, hands are a cruel part of powerlifting. That's actually true.
We now have Victoria Kostiuk of Ukraine, 167.5 kilos. Nice, strong-looking second attempt there.
Yeah, the lifting in this flight is really tidy. Like, oh yeah, we had 3 misses, but in general, like, a lot of 3 white lights. Very good.
We now have Juliana Sletnes of Norway, our favourite to win the 76 kilo class, but yet to get a deadlift in, so has not secured her total. 180 kilos was her opener, and she missed it. She's looking to retake it now, secure herself a total, and try and stay in the fight for a win.
Do you see this in her socks, like on the left foot? She has something there. Maybe she's injured or something?
I do see that. And that looks better.
Okay.
Let's see what the referees say. Yeah, that is a good lift, and Pontoni is going to have to add 7.5 kilos to whatever she has put up now to try and catch Sletnes.
Yeah,
And even more, actually, because she's heavier.
Yeah, she will go to 180, then and if she manages this, then Sletnes need to make her third. That will probably happen like that.
We have Jocelyn Garcia of Ecuador now, 190 kilos for her second attempt. A little trouble at lockout there, but she sticks with it. And there we go. I think that's locked out for her. Yeah, and that's a good lift.
Yeah, Sletnes has pulled in a placeholder, probably 200 for a third attempt. She
Yeah.
will just see what Pontoni is doing and react.
Yeah, so a placeholder, for those of you who don't know, is when you put in a large and somewhat probably unrealistic deadlift or attempt, and then can see what your competitors are doing before you then change it down to what you will need. And you get 2 attempt changes on deadlifts. We now have Mumita Ghosh of India, 190 kilos, a 12.5 kilo jump from her first.
Just to add what you said, like that maybe if it's not known, you can change your final deadlift attempt twice. You can hand in 2 attempt changes, but you cannot do this for any other lift in the competition.
We have Mumita here, 190 kilos, and locks it out. Interestingly enough, wearing knee sleeves. Usually some lifters do this to try and hide soft knees, but she seems good there. It's a good lift. Obviously the trade-off for that is it somewhat disguises soft knees, but you can create some extra friction with the bar.
Yeah, and some lifters do it because they have knee problems with stability. Like I have an injured lifter who's
that's true.
doing that.
We now have Tuva Lierhagen of Norway, 195 kilos.
Huge 17.5 kilo increase.
Yeah, she is trying her best to catch up with Hinz.
Yeah, they repeat their great battle from the European Championships. Back then, Tora was, I think, pretty secure pretty early on. Wow, she means business. Like she can deadlift.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible. 3 white lights, and that has put her just 2.5 kilos below Hinz if she is to get her next lift. So it'll be a tight battle all the way until the end. We now have Katerina Mulia of Ukraine, 200 kilos for her second attempt.
Yeah, this would all but secure the win that is probably already secured. We will see. Don't want to confuse you too much, but anyway, she should just lift this and then it's no question. It's great lifting. I think that's 3 white lights. And that's a 5 kilo PB or as well, and the huge 200 kilo in competition milestone. I mean, and she's up in front 30 kilos. I mean, wow. What more can you ask for?
Yeah, I mean, Haspel has put in for 190 for now at least.
They need to change it to 200. That is a 32.5 kilo increase.
We now have Lara Hinz of Germany, has put in 200 kilos for her second attempt, and her first looked so good.
And this is so important because if she makes this, she stays in the driver's seat. Then she is still in front and she can look at Tova and see, show me what you got, and react afterwards. So she has to make this.
A little tricky there at lockout, but she manages to complete the lift, and it is a good lift.
This is going down to the wire. That is insanely close in the 84 plus.
Yeah, and she is going to have to pull 7.5 kilos or 10 kilos more than that if Leah Hagen gets her next lift, as she is heavier. We move straight through now to third attempt. And kicking us off, we have Haley Lupo of the United States, missed 140 on her second, looking to get that 400 kilo total, and is coming to reattempt it now on her final attempt.
Would be great if she got a good ending to this day. That was a little bit rough for her, I think.
Oh, just a little bit too much.
In the meantime, we can also say that Julianis Letnes has moved in first place for best overall lifter of all junior categories. And I think that's the last juniors categories today. So, yeah, who's top today?
Yeah, well, as this is the 84 plus, you're absolutely right. That is her walking away with the best junior lifter here at the Equipped Worlds. We now have Patricia Slezova of Slovakia, 165 kilos, a 15 kilo jump from her second.
Yeah, you said in the last round that you couldn't even tell that she added 15 kilos, and yeah, I think 15 kilos is actually a reasonable call here. Also wearing knee sleeves. Ah, and my old Adidas shoes that I used to wear. This is
struggling to look it out. Wow, but she does a great job.
She tries to sell it, but I'm not convinced, to be honest. Yeah.
Unfortunately, she gets blue, a yellow, and a red there. Blue, I think, for supporting on the legs, a yellow for missing the command, and a red for not completing the lift.
Impressive that she managed to kind of log it out, but yeah, that's not a good lift, unfortunately. But still,
a moral victory.
A moral victory and great lifting overall today.
We now have Maria Berdaf of Romania, coming out for 170 kilos. This will move her into deadlift bronze for the time being, with Haspel of Germany to follow.
Okay, Haspel has corrected her 190 in the third and is now at 175, so she's not going to attack the gold medal.
Wow, a great last pull there from Maria, and a good lift, a great end to the day. And that moves her into bronze position for deadlifts for the time being. As I said, that can only be taken away by Haspel. We now have Anila Aus of Estonia, 170 kilos for her third and final attempt. Already walking away with bronze overall. This will keep her in at silver place overall for deadlifts. With, of course, Pontoni to follow.
She's already wearing the shirt of the competition here. They look all exactly the same.
Yeah, still looking really strong,
Yeah.
and it is a good lift.
And she's happy. It's a 5 kilo PB. Clara is coming up, and she is not attacking gold medal. I think that's a reasonable choice. So just increase on her PB. Sitting at 515 kilos already before it was 500. So, and that on the world stage. I think she's 8 from 8 currently.
Yeah, and I imagine the milestone she's trying to hit here on her third is probably 3 red plates aside on deadlift, which is a big one for any lifter.
And it's her first year in the junior, so lots of time to improve on that.
Absolutely. She has 5 years in the juniors.
Let's go, Clara. Show us. Wow, she saved it.
Yeah, she started tipping forward and managed to keep it
Wow.
from going that way.
What a great competition by Clara.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
A good lift, and I don't think I've rarely ever seen somebody be able to pull back from the whole body tipping forwards.
Yeah, I was. I thought it was gone.
But a fantastic job there. We move on now to Victoria Kostyuk of Ukraine. Kostyuk, 177.5 kilos. And this will move her into bronze place overall, ahead of Gosh for the time being, with Gosh to follow. She is pulling. Can she lock it out? Ooh.
Valiant effort. It was great lifting, but okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, just didn't have it today, which means Gosh will walk away with the bronze medal. But it was worth a try. She's already secured 4th. So she loses nothing by trying. We now have Elakaya of India attempting 177.5 kilos for her third and final attempt.
Yeah, she's not attacking the podium. Would probably be unreasonable. She would need more than 190 kilos for that. Yeah, exactly 190. Oh, looks like a good lift. I'm not sure about the left shoulder, but the judges are. As I said, I'm very strict with shoulder, so you definitely shouldn't listen to me. Especially since the IPF recently just clarified that you don't have to move the shoulders that far back. Well, the leaning back part was mostly, I think, what they meant, but anyway.
Yeah, you got to get with the times, Hendrik. Gosh.
Yeah, but I'm reluctant, I have to say.
We now have Eleonora Pontoni of Italy, 180, and this will move her into gold place overall and silver in deadlifts, with Sletnes to follow.
Yeah, she basically forces Sletnes to move to make her third deadlift. Then we will see an attempt. Okay, anyway, for Pontoni first would be a total of 560 kilo. She has totaled 580 before, but not everything went according to plan today in the squat and the bench.
And so if she gets this, she walks away your 76 kilo junior, depending on how Sletnes does. And she gets it with considerable ease. It's a good lift, and that is what we've expected to see. And a 10 change has been put in for, I imagine, Sletnes there.
And probably to 182.5, right? Just to match the total, and she's lighter.
Yeah, 182.5, 2.5 kilo jump, and well within Sletnes' capabilities. She wants the world title, and she doesn't need to do it with any sort of flash or pizzazz, because there's no prize for winning by a certain amount of kilos.
Yeah.
Just wants that world title. She'll get the deadlift gold with it.
Yeah, personal best, etc. are all nice and well, but medals stay forever.
Absolutely.
Much more important on this stage.
We are prepared now. Juliana Sletnes of Norway, 182.5 kilos. She already has deadlift gold, but this will pull her back into overall first for the World Junior 76 kilo class title. One final pull today for it all. Can she do it?
And she is doing it.
She can, and with ease it seems. 3 white lights and your new 76 kilo world champion.
And best lifter in the juniors.
Yes, absolutely. Winning best scoring points on IPFGL with 93.95, followed by Eleonora Pontoni with 91.89. So really a tight race all round between the two of them in all regards. We now have 5 lifts left before we conclude this session. And first up we have Jocelyn Garcia of Ecuador, 192.5 kilos, already in deadlift silver and overall bronze, to end the day on a positive note.
The second one was really heavy. She's just moving up 2.5 kilos. Doesn't change her ranking anywhere. And
just a little trouble there on the way up, but she doesn't lose too much there with it. She still had a fantastic day and ends up on the podium. A really great job from the Ecuadorian lifter. And again, the first Ecuadorian lifter we've had in the competition so far. We now have Mumita Ghosh of India already on the podium for both deadlifts and overall, to finish the day on 192.5 kilos. And for a personal PB.
exactly same scenario, just to move up 2.5 kilos, the same weights. She has the medal secured. This is the cherry on top.
That was a really nice looking third attempt from Amita.
Definitely weightlifting.
Yeah, and that is a good lift.
Now the battle for the 84 plus title. Wow.
Yeah, it is close. And Leah Hagen has the first deadlift up with 205 kilos. This will move her into deadlift gold, but more importantly, gold overall with Lara Hinz to follow.
So predictions are tough, but I think from her second, this is actually the perfect call to move up 10 kilos, because I also don't know if Lara has another 10 in her, which she then would need.
Yeah, she is ready to go. This will pull her into first place position. This is all she can do at this point.
Perfect call.
Yeah, she locks it out, waits for the referees, and 2-1, it's a good lift.
That was so well done. I think the call was perfect, and now Lara needs to do 210.
Yeah.
And the second one looked like work, like a lot of work, but maybe a slight change in technique, and it's not outside of her range. Like, she has lifted 200 raw before, actually, so she can do that.
Yeah, and Lara is heavier, so she will need to make this 2.5 kilos more on her total to win. So 210 kilos will move Lara Hinz into deadlift gold. But again, more importantly, we'll take the gold overall back from Leah Hagen. 210 kilos to win it all for Lara Hinz of Germany.
Doesn't get any closer than this. Come on.
Can she lock it out? It is hard, and unfortunately, it is a no lift, which means Leah Hagen walks away 84 plus category world champion. And a perfect example of building your total slowly as you go.
That was a fantastic competition. Both PR'd, I believe, big, and it came down to the wire. Very good attempt selection, game plan from the Norwegian team. Good reaction from the German team, but yeah, it was just a little bit too much. That's all it is, really.
Yeah, Leah Hagen started her deadlifts in 177.5 and ended up heavier than Hinz, which is incredible. But we have our final deadlift of the session now. Katerina Mulia of Ukraine, 215 kilos, already your 84 kilo winner and world champion. This will give her a 560 kilo total and a 15 kilo PB on her deadlifts. Finishing the day strong. It's moving.
Really? It's really
wow, but unfortunately just too heavy today. But she doesn't lose out on anything. She is still your 84 kilo world champion.
Wow.
And what an end to an exciting session there. Hendrik, thank you so much for joining me for such a great session.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure. Maybe we meet again during the week.
Exactly, perhaps. And just to round up quickly here, in the 84 kilo junior class, in gold, we have Katerina Mulia of Ukraine. In silver, we have Clara Haspel of Germany. And in bronze, we have Jocelyn Garcia of Ecuador. In the 84 plus, we have Tolva Leahagen of Norway in gold, Lara Hinz of Germany in silver, and Mumita Ghosh of India in bronze. Now in the 76 kilo junior class, in gold we have Juliana Sletnes of Norway, in silver we have Eleonora Pontoni of Italy, and in bronze we have Anela Aus of Estonia. What an exciting session that was. We will be having the medal ceremony now. Don't go anywhere. The session tonight has been delayed by half an hour, so we will see you then in 30 minutes' time.
are receiving a participation medal. Starting now with the best results for 76 kilograms sub-juniors with squats. The third place goes to Anika Mare from South Africa. Second goes the United States of America, Vanessa Shavira. And the gold goes to Ivana Holiday, Ukraine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving now to bench press, the third place goes to Anika Mare. Second goes Vanessa Shavira. And Ukraine goes first, Ivana Holiday. Thank you very much. Moving to deadlift. Not much changes. Anika Male, third place. Vanessa Shavira, second. And Ivana Holiday, the first. We're having the same results for the totals, so please don't move. Totals, Anika Male third, Vanessa Shavira second, and Ivana Holiday number one. Please stand for Ukraine's national anthem.
Everybody, please stand up.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Ukraine. Congratulations, Ivana Holiday. Moving now to 84 kilogram sub-juniors, starting with squats. The third place goes to Ukraine, Reda Laurinavicuti. Second is Mackenzie Wells. And the gold goes to Shavina. Thank you very much. Moving now to bench press. The third place goes to Lithuania, Reda Laurinavičiūtė. Second place goes to the United States, Mackenzie Wells. And the gold medal goes to Poland, Justyna Pietrkowska. Thank you very much. Moving now to deadlift. The third place heads for India, Shavina. Reda Laurinavičiūtė from Lithuania goes second. And USA gets the highest step of the podium, Mackenzie Wells. Thank you very much. And for the totals, the third place goes to India, Shavina. Second is Lithuania, Reda Laurinavičiūtė. And the gold heads for the United States, Mackenzie Wells. Please stand for the United States national anthem. Congratulations, USA. Congratulations, Mackenzie Wells. Going now for the best results, 84 plus kilograms sub-juniors, starting with squats. The third place goes to Taipei, Sheng Chi Su. Second goes the United States, Dej Love. And Taipei gets the first place, Qin Wei Hu. Thank you very much. Moving to bench press, the third place goes to Taipei, Sheng Chi Su. Second is the United States, Dej Love. And the gold goes to Michaela Forsky, United States. Thank you. And now heading to deadlift. The United States heads third, Dej Love. Taipei runs second, Sheng Chi Shu. And the gold heads also for Taipei, Qin Wei Hu. to totals, the third place goes to the United States, Michaela Forsyth. Second is Taipei, Xin Wei Gu. And the gold goes to the United States of America, Dage Lowe. Please stand for America's national anthem. Congratulations, congratulations, USA. Moving on to 76 kilograms juniors, starting with squats. The third place goes to Estonia, Annela Aus. Second is Italy, Eleonora Pontoni. And the gold goes to Julian Slettens, Norway. Thank you very much. Moving on to bench press, the third place goes to the United States, Haley Lupo. Julian Slettnes from Norway is second. And Italy gets the gold, Eleonora Pontoni. Thank you very much. Checking out the results for deadlift. Now, Estonia is third, Annela Aus. Italy comes second, Eleonora Pontoni. And Norway is first, Julian Slettnes. Thank you so much. And for the totals, the third place goes to Estonia, Annela Aus. Italy comes second, Eleonora Pontoni. And the gold heads for Norway, Julian Slettnes. Please stand for Norway's national anthem. Congratulations, Norway. Moving on to 84 kilograms juniors, Starting with squats, the third place goes to Ecuador, Garcia Jocelyn. Clara Hespel from Germany, second. And the gold heads for Ukraine, Katerina Mulia. Thank you very much. Moving to bench press, the third place goes to Slovakia, Patricia Slizova. Ukraine second, Katerina Mulia. And Germany has for gold, Clara Haspel. Deadlift event results now. Third place goes to Germany, Clara Haspel. Ecuador in second, Garcia Jocelyn. And the gold heads for Ukraine, Katerina Mulia. Will you please stand? No, I'm sorry. I'm in a hurry. Moving to totals right now, thank you. The third place goes to Ecuador, Garcia Jocelyn. Germany goes second, Clara Haspel. And the gold heads for Ukraine, Katerina Mulia. And as I was about to say, please stand for Ukraine's national anthem. Congratulations, Ukraine, Katerina Mulia. +84 kilograms juniors now, starting with squats. The third place goes to Ukraine, Victoria Kosztuk. Lara Hintzman second, Germany. And the gold heads for Norway, Tuva Ljerhagen. Thank you. Moving on to bench press. Ella Kea from India heads third place. Second is Norway's Tuva Ljerhagen. And Germany goes first, Lara Hintz. Thank you, moving on. Deadlift now from India, Nonita Ghosh, third place. Second is Lara Hintz from Germany. And the gold heads for Norway, Tuva Ljerhagen. Thank you. And now for the turtles, the third place goes to India, Nonita Ghosh. Clara Hinz from Germany is second. And the gold, that's for Norway, Tuva Jedhagen. Please stand for Norway's national anthem. Congratulations, Norway and Tuva Jedhagen. It's already time to begin the third session of today's work. Thank you to all the athletes. And congratulations to you all. Starting the next session in 5 minutes.